We're reconvening the regular meeting of the Albany School Board back into open session. In closed session, the board unanimously upheld the dismissal of a classified employee. So now we can do a roll call.
President Trutain. Here. Vice President Doss.
Here.
Board Member Clark.
Here.
Board Member Hinckley.
Here.
Board Member Duran.
Here.
Student Board Member Weinstein.
Here.
Student Board Member Walla.
Here.
The Pledge of Allegiance. Student board members, could you read the Albany Unified School District's mission, please?
The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens.
AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Thank you. And I see by the agenda that actually now is the time when I should have given the report of the actions taken in closed session. But we'll move on with approval of the agenda, or does anyone have an agenda change that we need to deal with now? Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So now it's time for our spotlight.
Thank you, President Trutain, members of the board. I'd like to turn this over to Darren McNally and Alexi Ritchie. Alexi, who is our principal of Albany High School, and Darren, who is our, he has many titles. He's our alternative ed coordinator and our McGregor principal. So I'll turn it over to Alexi and her staff. Ms. Ritchie.
Hi, thank you so much. What I'd like to do tonight is kind of just thank everybody for coming tonight. I want to acknowledge my students who are back there as well, and the students who are here. Thank you for your time today, as well as our board members, superintendent, and community. About a year and a half ago, we took the reins at Albany High School, and my admin team and I, we made a concerted effort to take on the charge of strengthening and shifting school culture at Albany High School. And so what we'd like to do tonight is spotlight a couple of really positive initiatives, one, a legacy. I'd like to start by introducing the principal of McGregor High School, as well as our coordinator of alternative ed, Darren McNally. I'll also be introducing our TUPE, T-U-P-E, Tobacco Use Prevention and Education. We have students, and we have our coordinator, Josette Wheaton. And then I'll end with our Safe and Inclusive School Coordinator, Mary Flo Hudson. She'll be telling you a little bit about Challenge Day. Principal McNally.
Thank you. So, does that work? How's that? Okay. So, my name is Darren McNally. I'm the, well, my official title is Coordinator of Alternative Education, and part of that is I am the principal of McGregor High School. McGregor High School is Albany's continuation program, which is designed to serve students 16 and over who are at risk of not graduating. We also have a program, our program with McGregor is also only a voluntary transfer program. So students are only there because they feel it's a better fit for them. And we serve students, one of the things I say is that most of what we do that's special is we're simply more personalized. We make an effort to get to know our students better and try to meet their needs as much as possible. And we try to collaborate much more as a staff and try to meet the needs of our students. And what I wanted to spotlight today is actually two of our staff members who are here. Chris Knight, who is the McGregor Social Studies teacher, and he has been with McGregor for 5 years. And Diane Peterson, who has actually been with McGregor for 18 years as the counselor for the program. And Chris has been with McGregor since the program moved to the Albany High School site. We're one of the only continuation schools that we know of that is co-located on the same campus as a comprehensive school, and is as deeply integrated in the comprehensive high school as we are. So I'm going to turn this over to Chris and Diane, who have asked just to talk about their experiences with McGregor and some of the work that they do.
Hello, I'm Diane Peterson, and it's great to be back here because my first year at McGregor was on the Ocean View campus, a more flexible program. We've moved 4 times in the last 18 years, and we're happy to be at Albany High School. Just to illustrate a little of what we do, this year we have about 25 students, which is about the average of what we've had over the last 18 years. We have 18 seniors that we hope to see to graduation this year, and last year we helped 20 seniors make it to the stage, and we're really proud of that, and it's an honor to work with the students every day. Thanks.
Hi, Chris Knight, and I teach social studies at McGregor. This is my 5th year. So I taught under Sabrina Greighton, who is Darren's predecessor, for 2 years, and then under Darren for the last 2.5 years. So I think Darren touched on it. McGregor's just a lot more personalized. The classes are smaller. We get closer relationships with the students, and it allows us to, I think, develop some bonds which allow us to reach them in ways that they wouldn't be reached in a normal academic classroom. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to teach in that program. I guess that's about it. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chris and Diane, for being here. And one thing I just want to say that one of the things I'm most proud of with McGregor is our staff and our staff culture, all the way from our secretary through our teachers. And really the work that they do is what's most important. And one thing I'll just say is that one of the things I'm most proud with McGregor is all of our students come to us at risk of not graduating from high school. And the McGregor student graduation rate is slightly better than the average for the state of California. So we actually have all of our students arrive possibly not graduating, and more than 3/4 end up walking the stage with their peers, which is something we're very proud of.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce and welcome up Josette Wheaton. She is our Tobacco Use Prevention and Education Coordinator. She also happens to be our campus security. So she is taking charge and making sure that your students are safe, and she has also trained a number of students to be peer educators. I'd like them to also come up and introduce themselves.
Why, hello. My name is Josette Wheaton, and I'm the site coordinator for TUPE, Tobacco Use Prevention Education. Yesterday was my 13th year in the school district. I actually started out at McGregor, and then I went ahead and moved over to the high school. And I'm actually honored to be a part of this process. TUPE is a huge program, and the students that I have in it do an amazing job. They work really hard, they do a lot of research, they are super eager to educate their peers, they have ideas bursting, and I love being a part of that because I get to see the process from the ground up. So they're gonna do like a really quick presentation for you. We have slides, and we're not going to do that, and we have props, and they're kind of gross. I don't know, I might pass them around so you can see, what we're doing. But in any case, I'm going to go ahead and introduce, this is only 3 of my 10 students that I have, and I'm going to go ahead and hand this mic over to them and let them go ahead and get going, okay? Thank you.
I'm Jamaica.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
I'm Shavaz, and we are peer educators in tobacco use prevention and education cohort with a goal to educate students on tobacco products and their effects on you mentally and physically. What you decide to do with the information presented to you today is completely up to you, but we recommend you listen up.
Our intentions is to educate the same audience that is being targeted by big tobacco companies. Educate you guys about exactly what you're putting into your bodies and the underlying damage that nobody tells you about. And even worse, some people choose to ignore. Topic 1, juuling and vaping. I'm gonna ask you a few questions and I want you to answer to the best of your ability. How many joules are sold each month? 20 million joules are sold each month. What percentage of middle schoolers are juuling? 20.3 used in middle schools. How many flavors are there? 15,000 plus flavors. Here's a little extra fact. Joules have at least twice as much nicotine as any other e-cig. I just want to get feedback from you guys on what you think the purpose of vaping is. Or is there any purpose at all? What do you think? Well, there is. The purpose is to help adults stop smoking. It's obvious that this so-called purpose took a wrong turn somewhere and now it has drastically taken over high school communities everywhere. What this slide is showing is exactly how teens are obtaining these products. 74% in retail stores, 52% is from social sources, and 6% bought online. Seems pretty simple, right? These big corporations are making 3 times the amount it takes to really create these products.
Companies use the word vapor because people naturally associate that with something safe and typical, something pretty common to daily life. What actually is produced by all these fancy e-cigarettes is aerosol. A little less comforting, right? So what's the difference? Well, vapor is water, and aerosol contains all the chemicals listed above. Now, I want to show hands. Who thinks cigarettes have more nicotine than joules? And who thinks a joule has more nicotine than a cigarette? Who knows why? Well, joules contain more nicotine, but occupy less mass. 1 pack of cigarettes is 1 joule pod, 2 packs of cigarettes is equal to a fixed pod, and 3 packs of cigarettes is equal to 1 Soren pod.
This is an appetizer. Okay, basically there would be a picture of lungs, but they're all nasty. That's what I'm talking about. This isn't appetizing, right? Unless I'm missing something. Because which one would you rather? I'm asking if you'd rather be healthy or unhealthy. So what's the point? Why do you think people look past the negative effects of tobacco products? One reason is vape culture. Can anyone tell me what vape culture is? To sum it up, vape culture is the social aspect of vaping. Basically all the tricks and flavor that seem so trendy and cool. Even myself, I tend to see the aesthetic in vape tricks, but when it comes to personal health and well-being, there are no exceptions. It's important to think not to blame people, though it can be hard. Oftentimes it seems as if people don't really care about the underlying effects of e-cigarettes. It can be hard to focus on something so underrepresented in media. We are expecting teens to care about what they put in their body without 1, being educated, and 2, being interested. Being a teen, I know exactly what stress is put on us. And vaping is a great stress reliever for a while, right? But what happens when you can't stop? Now, there may be a few people who think I can control myself, but what you don't understand is nicotine takes away that control and turns it into dependence. Now you can't go 1 hour without using the vape. Now you're getting busted in bathrooms and by your parents, getting punished for a burden that was put upon us from companies driven by greed. What should you do if you think someone else or yourself has a problem? One thing is basically there's hotlines that you could use, which aren't really a popular option, but it's still something. And one thing we're trying to do at Albany High is basically to do a peer-to-peer project where maybe first and second offenders would be sent to us and we'd get to have a normal conversation with them and get to learn the facts behind why they do it and if there's anything else. So just that kind of thing. And then also make sure to encourage people who are trying to stop. Don't question them for their decision, just have enough respect to support them. You don't need to understand why. And what people do, again, with this information is up to them. And then also, this is still a work in progress. We still have stuff we have to add, and more facts, like that.
I just want to mention, too, give a shout out to both Albany High School and McGregor students, as we had representatives from both up here today. So thank you again, students. And then finally, I'd like to introduce one of our social studies teachers who has also taken on our teacher on special assignment role this year as our safe and inclusive school coordinator. She'll be talking to you a little bit about Challenge Day and the other activities that she's been able to accomplish so far this year. Mary Flo Hudson.
Hi, thank you. I'm Mary Flo Hudson, like Alexia just told you. And this year I'm excited to have a .2 TSA position working on safe and inclusive schools at Albany High School. So we kicked off the year with participating in the nationwide Start With Hello Week, where each day of the week we had an activity or a challenge for both staff and students to participate in order to increase connections across Albany High. And we had 2 advisory lessons that week focused on social isolation and what it is and how students can be part of the solution to that increasing problem. Later on in September, I was able to, I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a cold, and I'm like, later on in September, I was able to attend a one-day training at UC Berkeley School of Ed on student anxiety, and from that training, able to come back and do 2 staff professional development lessons on reducing anxiety in the classroom and ways to help students who are having trouble staying in class due to anxiety stay in class, and some tips and techniques on that I think were effective. I've also been working with Liz Reimuller, assistant principal at Albany High, on developing posters for the high school on the district's recently adopted social emotional learning and social justice standards. So creating posters that are relatable to students by working with different student clubs to create those posters. Once those posters are produced and up this spring, I'll be working with teachers to develop a lesson for each of the 7 standards to be presented school-wide during advisory classes. In November and December, we partnered as a school with Brighter Beginnings, which is a nonprofit health clinic, to work on an Adopt a Family service project. Over 300 students participated. We raised over $2,500 in gifts and cash donations in order to fully fund the needs of 5 under-resourced families living in the East Bay. We did everything from shampoo, deodorant, to strollers, and even bicycles for young children. So it was really, really exciting, and I hope to expand that service project next year. And as Alexia mentioned, this February we will be bringing back Challenge Day at Albany High. We haven't had it since, I think, 2008 was our last year, so it's been a while. It's a one-day event that hosts 100 students each day. We're going to have it for 3 whole days to allow the entire sophomore class to participate. So we'll have 100 students and 25 adults participate each day. It starts in the morning with games, and then it goes through some activities, sort of like summer camp, getting to know you activities, and then it moves into people sharing their stories and then breaking up into small groups. The goal is to increase empathy, break down barriers. A lot of what comes up is what students bring up, so each day is different. But it's a really fantastic, exciting day, and I'm thrilled that we're bringing it back to Albany High School. So I'm really thankful for the support of the admin at Albany High and Superintendent Williams and the board for the changes we've been able to make this year and hopefully going forward in the future. Thank you.
I'll end on a high note. We're going through WASC this year, Western Association of School and Colleges. It's the accreditation process which each high school in California is required to go through in order to validate one's diploma. And when looking through our data, we did discover, Ms. Reimuller and I, that last year we had a 0.72 bounce up in attendance at Albany High School. That does equate to an ADA equivalent of about $20,000. And so as we're seeing more students coming to school, we're going to be seeing an increase in engagement. We're also going to be seeing an increase in our graduation rates. And so on that asset model, I present Albany High School's Spotlight.
Thank you so much. It was really great to hear about all the things going on at Albany High and McGregor. So we move to the consent calendar Does anyone have comments or items they would want to remove from the consent calendar? Not seeing anyone, I'll ask for a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That brings us to board and superintendent reports.
Thank you, President Trutain. I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year and hope you all had a wonderful winter break. And due to the fact that we've got a lot of items on the agenda, I will conclude my report with that.
I have an item. Actually, I have two items. I wanted to bring to the attention of the board a tragic accident that happened in Berkeley that affected the president of the Berkeley School Board. So unfortunately, she and her wife were both hit crossing the street late at night last week. And both Judy Appel, the president of the Berkeley School Board, and her wife are in critical condition. So I just wanted to let everyone know that, and I wanted to get permission, I guess, to reach out to the Berkeley School Board and send a letter of support and our good wishes for their complete recovery.
I so move.
Yeah. Everyone agree? I see a lot of heads. Thank you very much. Yeah. Secondly, someone asked in an email, we got a lot of emails this past week or so. They asked, how can you sleep at night? And truthfully, I don't sleep well at night since I took on this volunteer position here on the board. During the past 2 years, I have woken up more times than I can count and end up sitting at the table thinking about, usually it's the children we aren't reaching. Sometimes it's been the children that we're not challenging. I try to figure out ways that we can balance our budget without hardworking, dedicated people losing their jobs. I worry every day about kids crossing our busy streets. I worry about how to get our schools constructed while maintaining high-quality programs and, of course, keeping all students and staff safe. Sleep becomes impossible because of the problems and the issues that you all know about, and sometimes about confidential matters that you don't know anything about, but yet are happening. So I just wanted to ask the community to please think twice before you call this board inhumane or ask it to how we can live with ourselves. We're your neighbors, and I feel like our good intentions are evident. Besides the educational professionals, the teachers and the staff and, who are in our classrooms and in our offices every day, I would say that we are the 5 people that care the most about public education, because we've volunteered and put ourselves up to be here. And we sincerely want your involvement. Please don't take this as don't engage. We want your emails and your involvement and your engagement, because oftentimes you have life experience or expertise that we do not have. So let us know things that we may not know, and bring our attention to something that you think is a problem. That is tremendously helpful, and I encourage you to do that. And that allows all of us to work together to solve the tough issues that we have. So thank you. Board members?
I just wanted to say one thing. I see a lot of familiar faces and some that I don't know, but I look forward to getting to know everybody because I want to meet everybody and put a face to the email. We did receive a lot of emails, and I read every single one. I was sad with a few of them, just because I know I'm pretty involved. I've been on both sides of it as a parent. I've lived in the village, not lived in the village. I've been a parent of a kindergartner. So with the early bird, late bird, my mom was a kindergarten teacher and she taught AM, PM. So I've just been on all sides of it. So I don't come from one perspective or the other. I'm a fan of teachers because I was raised by one and she was awesome. And I'm also a parent. I was raised by a single parent, so I saw that side of it. And then I see that there is another side too, where there's parents from two home, and I see that there's some stay-at-home moms, and then there's some parents that work a lot. And there was an example that I saw where in my daughter's class, there were two parents, and they were both super cool, but I didn't know they were a parent of the same kid because one worked at night and one worked during the day. And so those are the things that I think about when we talk about changing the schedule, because for those parents, what are they gonna do? One parent's working during the day, one parent's working at night. Obviously they're doing that because they have to do it. They're not doing it because they really don't wanna see each other. They married each other. They're doing it because they have to. So then to add on an additional burden to them, it's something that you have to think about. I mean, if you really care and if you notice, and I notice those things because I have those conversations. And so I just want everybody to know, like I said, I read every email and I try and put myself in the shoes of each person that's writing it. And I just want everybody to know that, you know, I do take everything that you say into consideration. When a decision is made, everybody won't be happy. Obviously, there will be some people that won't agree with it and some people that will. But just know that the decision that was made was taken into a lot of consideration, and that we did read every email and click on every link and look at every picture that was sent, which was really cool, by the way, the people that attach pictures to their email. And so I just want people to know that we did do that.
Sarah, you, oh, okay.
I have a very different update.
Okay, yeah, this is update time.
Okay. I just wanted to let people know, if they don't already, that January 10th is the date for the governor to announce his budget. So I encourage those of you who are hoping that we'll see additional funding for K-12 education to pay attention to what he proposes. So far, he hasn't given any indication that he has any big plans for K-12 education, which I have been a little personally disappointed by, but there is also, along those lines, and because of that timing, a lot of rallies around the state on Saturday for adequate education funding, and there's also a day of action on Friday, Red for Education, to walk into schools and support a call for more K-12 funding. So I encourage you to check out, and I'll post on my own Facebook page information about those events. And call the governor's office and your legislators if you would like to make sure, as the legislative process winds on, that, that we end up with more funding for our schools.
Thank you. Jacob, please.
Yeah, I'd like to say a few things. First of all, I kind of would like to agree with Kim with some of the emails that have been coming our way as far as questioning how do we sleep at night, and calling us inhumane for simply listening to proposals that were brought forth by the principals. Nothing's been decided, so the fact that we're actually sitting here listening to proposals makes me inhumane somehow. I think that's a little over the top. Also, when we first started talking about the possibility of the early bird late bird schedule being replaced with the AM PM, I had gotten an email, basically somebody telling me shame on you because I had a different opinion than them. Questioned some of the parents who were saying that it was going to be a hardship on them, that it had absolutely nothing to do with education. It was all about them wanting free babysitting and daycare. Once again, completely over the top. And the latest string of emails that have been coming out now, it looks as if certain groups of people are threatening to sue us if we actually move forward with something that they don't agree with. And as far as us coming together as a community and trying to do what's best, I don't know how any of this is helpful. I stepped up for this job to do the best that I can, and I've been called names in the last couple of years that I haven't been called in my whole life. Never been called inhumane ever in my whole life. And the last couple of years on the school board, I've been called inhumane a couple of times for something that somebody might have a different opinion with. And I hope people can keep it civil tonight and we can actually try to move forward and do what's best for everybody.
Last update before we move to our student updates is going to be Clementina.
I just wanted to add that I really like community participation. I think we get so many more ideas when all of us collectively put our heads together. And I think what's going on in Albany now is a time, not only in terms of this particular challenges we have of the budget and construction and housing, but you know, I think a bigger picture is that we as the adults are the role models, or should be, for the students in this district. And I think this gives us a wonderful opportunity to really work together as the Albany community. You know, we're small, we have our idiosyncrasies and the particular things that make Albany special. And I think that as we come together, that we really should try to really listen to one another and do those things that we would like the students to do as well, that we teach our children, but do we practice that ourselves? So just as a reminder that it's great to have everybody contributing. I think that's really key to a democracy, and hopefully working together we'll come up with the best viable solutions for all our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we have the student board member report, please?
Yes, so at Cornell, students, faculty, and parents will come together for Cornell Community Time at 8:30 this Wednesday. Latino families are invited to Three Kings Breakfast at 10 a.m. on January 1st. At Ocean View's 21-year secretary, Kathleen, had her last day on Friday, December 21st. We recognize her for her hard work and dedication. At Marin on January 9th, students are encouraged to travel to school on foot or on wheels for walk and roll to school day. Marin is also hosting Speak Up, Be Safe Education Night on January 15th at 6 p.m. that all AUSD elementary school parents are welcome to attend.
At AMS, Best Buddies is having a fundraiser at Chipotle right now until 8 p.m., but don't leave. Best Buddies, Latino Bridge, and Chess Club met on Friday, December 21st before school ended for winter break. And at AHS, seniors spend their winter breaks working hard on college applications or finding post-high school opportunities.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to review and action items. Persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda.
Hi, I'm Karen DeHart. I'm one of the ATA co-presidents, and I just wanted to reiterate and give a little bit more information based on what Sarah was presenting, and that is that the East Bay Coalition of Public Educators, all of us, are coming together at Frank Ogawa Plaza in Oakland on Saturday by noon for the East Bay Rally to demand more public funding and closing the loopholes on Proposition 13, and really just pressure our new governor for additional funding. So I just wanted to make that announcement. If I was really smart, I'd have these for you, but I kind of got it late and didn't think about it. So mark your calendars. We're going to have a table there, ATA will, and Superintendent Val Williams and some administrators will also be there, so we'll be well represented. And we're coming together also to support Oakland and LA Unified public school teachers as they prepare to strike against, you know, the lack of funding and the lack of support. We need more support for teachers and for all students. And so this is a way to show that we are unified as educators in the room. Everybody, including parents and the students alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Williams, I'd like to ask, can we put a news item up on the website that gives details about the rally?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on matters not on the agenda? No? Okay, then we're all going to move to review and action. And I'll introduce the first item, plan for temporary housing for elementary students. It's been a long time since we relocated students in Albany, although we do have one student from Temp High when Albany High was rebuilt, right here. Yeah. There's not a clear process for this. Districts do it in a number of different ways based on their local resources, whether they have space or not. The Albany discussion of temporary housing started with the Facilities Task Force in the spring of 2017, then among the district leadership team last school year, and then it went to our school principals who came up with the principals plan that was presented at the December 11th board meeting. The board asked the principals to come up with their best solution for housing students during construction with 3 tough criteria. Relocate in the fall of 2019, keep students in Albany, and make sure that AMS received some additional space to address the overcrowding there. The principals came together and did an incredible job, which deserves acknowledgement. It's a full-time job to run our schools, and in most years we would be grateful for our principals for doing that work alone. In addition, our principals have been spending a lot of time planning for constructions at the various sites and also on temporary housing issue. Note that they were not asked to retain early bird, late bird kindergarten, and they did not choose to do that. When they presented their plan, it was, as professional educators, it was based on AM/PM kindergarten. Because of all of the community interest in early bird, late bird kindergarten, the board asked at the December 11th board meeting if they would come back with the most feasible early bird, late bird kindergarten program. So that is what we're going to see tonight. And it's important to understand that that was not the principal's choice of plan. Indeed, the plans that are in the agenda are what the principals are not recommending. Okay? They recommended moving to an AM/PM kindergarten during our construction years. Okay? And just for the record, I will tell you now that the board will not be voting tonight on ideas that haven't been presented in an agenda packet. Because of our need for clarity with the Albany community, we would not vote on something that hasn't been previously published and seen because that, any agenda packet, because that gives people the opportunity to come to the meeting and participate. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Superintendent Williams.
Thank you, President Trutain, members of the board. So I really appreciate your comments. You've actually said quite a few things that I was going to say sort of in my introduction. I really do want to thank the staff and the community for coming out tonight, because this is an important topic. So I appreciate that you all are here. I do want to assure you that as we work towards finding decisions and coming up with a good plan for temporary housing for students, that we have the interest of our students at the front foremost in our mind, and that includes student safety and their health. So the principals and I met several times, as board member President Trutain said, to look at temporary housing. We also looked at options. We discussed the impact of these options, and principals came up with a unified plan, which was presented on December 11th. The board did ask staff to come back with options using the early bird, late bird model, which would mean the placing of additional portables on school sites. So please, I want you guys to know that each of these options does have some impact at each of our sites. For example, reduced space for PE, recess, and of course, there's costs associated if we purchase or lease portables. Okay, so let me go to the slides. Thank you. Could you scroll down to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is just a real quick overview, and I will go slide by slide. And I appreciate the fact that you probably all have read the board packet and have read every single slide, but if you'll indulge me just to kind of go through them. So when we looked at the early bird, late bird option, it would require finding space for one additional grade, which would equal about four classrooms. And so we looked at 3 potential scenarios. One is to add 2 kindergarten portables to Marin, add 2 kindergarten portables to Cornell, 3 grades remaining at OV, and then 2 grades at the AMS Annex. The other scenario is to add 4 kindergarten portables to AMS, 3 grades would remain at Ocean View, 2 grades would go to the AMS Annex. And another scenario would be to add a kindergarten grade and 3 grades, which would require multiple portables, of course, at OV, and then 2 grades at Albany Middle School. We did look at the Albany Children's Center, but what we looked at in terms of spacing was that really there was only feasibly possible to add 1 portable to the site. And when I say feasible, I mean square footage feasible. They would also lose space if we put a portable there. And just kind of as a reminder, I kind of put some of these things at the bottom about what the Ocean View budget is in terms of the building and the bond, and what the Marin budget is, for a total of $95 million. So if you look at option 1, I tried to do sort of apples to apples comparisons on what the implementation would look like, what are some things to consider, and then the cost if we did a lease, and the lease is equal to every 3 years, just so you know, and then of course what the cost of the purchase is. So adding 2 portables at Marin and 2 at Cornell, 2 portables could be used from after-school program for support services, and of course 2 grades at the AMS Annex, and then of course you can see the things to consider about adequate play space for PE, recess, lunch. There'd be no additional childcare facilities available to accommodate the 50 or so more students who would come in this option. And of course the lease is for a 3-year lease, and you can see what the cost would be for 2 portables, and I did at the board, I'd asked to really be specific about what the cost at each site would be. If you go to the next slide. This is just a visual, and please know that the next slide, I apologize, next slide, thank you. So what you see there, those little squares, they're actually little sticky notes that we tried to approximate the size. It doesn't necessarily mean that is exactly where the portables would go. In fact, the 1 portable that's up on that sort of right-hand side is probably not where you would put the portable, because there's some issues around spacing there. So there are potential other areas to put the portable, but for example, at Marin, you might have the loss of the garden space if you put a portable in that area. Can you go to the next slide? The next one is a visual of Cornell. If you put 2 portables on the south side of the campus. Okay, the next slide, please. So option 2 is if you put 4 portables on Albany Middle School Blacktop, you'd have 3 grades at Ocean View and 2 grades at Albany Middle School. And so again, you can see what the implementation would be, and then what are some of the things to consider. So there would be an impact on the parking. There's the traffic issues again, parent drop off and pick up. It would isolate 1 grade level from the elementary school if you put it in the back. And we know that we cannot put portables in the fire lane. You would have to put it far enough away from where that fire lane is. And there are additional costs, obviously, because if you put portables far out, you're going to have to make sure that you have, water, electrical, internet, those kinds of things for the additional costs. Okay. We go to, and actually, this is the slide where I transposed the number by accident, where it says, can you go back where it says option 2, 4 portables? Go back to that one right there. Where it says lease and purchase, it's backwards. The 3 million number is supposed to be lease, and the purchase is the 5 million. I put it in the wrong spot. Okay, next slide. So option 2, and please know this, they just put stickies down. This doesn't mean it has to go right there, because the fire lane actually is right in that area. What you would end up needing to do is to place those portables further up along the top left corner and sort of in that area, and that still will impact PE as well as play space for the middle school. And you would be adding approximately 100 more students. Okay. Option 3 would be adding 12 portables at Ocean View, that would house 4 grades, and then 2 grades would be at Albany Middle School in the annex. So we would have to do the addition of the 4 portables. We would use the existing after-school program portables. ACC could continue to offer childcare. We would definitely need to use the AUSD portion of Ocean View Field, that is AUSD property, if we had to place additional portables, as well as to have play space designed for approximately 380 students. Some of the things to consider are there would be a loss of community use of the AUSD's portion of Ocean View Field. And my understanding is that we have Little League Soccer and Adult League programs that are there. Okay. Also, if we have additional portables on the current blacktop, we would have to work with the construction company for a different staging area so that it was not on that part of the campus. And then you have the cost there. So if you go to option 3, because it had a lot more complexity to option 3, I provided a slide that said where each of the configurations would go. So 1 grade would be in 4 current classrooms in the 5th grade pod. 1 grade would go in the 4th grade classes. 1 grade would need 4 portables. Another grade would need 4 portables. And of course, reading, ELD, library, teacher workroom, and then you'd have to have play area. The next slide, please. So just by way of example, kind of gives you an idea of, what the portables could potentially look like. It doesn't mean that the portables would necessarily have to be that close. I mean, you could theoretically place the portables right along that, what do they call it, the boundary line of what the AUSD property is, which would keep the portables farther away from the construction site. However, then there's the associated costs, as usual, is making sure that we could get all the utilities and everything we need to get out to those areas. And then I just added a slide in here about what the issues were for adding a portable to ACC for kindergarten. Okay. Maybe go to the next slide, and you just see where the potential is to put the portable on the ACC campus. It would really eliminate a lot of play space for our preschool program. Okay. And next slide, please. And I just added this in there, that this was the AUSD principals plan. This had to do with, remember, this was the AM/PM model. And so I added that slide in there. And then, again, to do the apples to apples, implementation, things to consider, and the costs would be the next slide. Oh, you have that. Thank you. Okay. There was a question of asking about instructional minutes. Can you go to the next slide, please? So we worked on the instructional minutes in terms of what the state requirements are, what the AM/PM times would be, and the minutes, and what early bird, late bird times and minutes would be in terms of lunch, instructional minutes per day, and then multiplied them by 180 days, which gives you the total number of instructional minutes. And the difference of the instructional minutes per year, which, by the way, if you can calculate this a couple of different ways. So we calculate, so the difference could be about 4,500 instructional minutes, which is approximately 16 days. And then I think did you, question?
Yeah, later on I have some slides that I'd like to show regarding that, because that number is not correct. It's
Okay.
not 16 days, it's more.
Okay. And then I added just back in the AUSD's principals plan rationale. So please go to the next slide real quickly. And this was in a previous board packet. And then I added a budget summary. I think the board asked for the costs of everything. So the budget summary shows you each of the scenarios, 1, 2, and 3, what the cost of the lease is and what the cost of the purchase is. And on this one, I didn't transpose the number. The numbers are accurately placed. Now, this is if the construction length is at least 4 to 6 years. There would be an increase for portable lease. And if you go to the next slide, it gives you the dollar amounts if you extend the lease 1 year, extend the lease 2 years, and extend the lease 3 years for each of the scenarios. There were some community questions that came in, and this is obviously prior to many of the emails that came in, but I tried to get some of the common community questions that were asked. What would be the process for requesting for AM/PM? It would be the same process that we would use for the early bird, late bird process. Would there be childcare for all sites? We do know that in the AM/PM model that we believe that we could work out childcare for each site. In the early bird, late bird model, we'll continue to do the same process and offer that we currently have. And it does look different at each site. Special education service would continue. That is a requirement. And the difference in instructional minutes between early bird and the AM/PM model obviously is 25 minutes, I believe, per day. And is there recess and snack in the AM/PM model? The answer is yes. And then we were asked what would be the cost of the delay in construction for 1 year. So we checked with our program manager, our project manager, and he says it's about a 10% increase each year. So it's about $3.6 million per year per site, because remember, we also want to build Marin. Next slide, please. Okay, there's a question about what the AM/PM model for after-school care would be. So we provided that information on what TK would look like at ACC, kindergarten at Cornell, and kindergarten at Marin. And go to the next slide, please. The child care costs associated with the AM/PM model for TK families for the 1920 school year, and I really want to thank our ACC director, Anna Mansker, for providing all of this information. So it gives you information about what the family, depending on the family's needs, the hours needed, and then the full cost versus subsidized, and then she broke it down by percent, how much of our school-age families qualify for state subsidies. So there's a lot more information there. And they have room within their contract to allow more families to receive state subsidies. So the cost associated with school-age child care program is below. So if you can scroll that down, I believe that this was provided, I think it was provided before, but provided again. These are the costs of the daily hours and the monthly rate. And the next one was the school age rates. These are the state subsidized family fee schedule. I know it's really tiny to see, but can you go back to that one? Thank you. But you can also see that in the board packet. Okay, I think kinder and child care, I had that in. Did we put this in there twice? Yeah, I think I did. So, and I know that, and Jake, you want to put up some additional slides. It is my hope that the board will be able to give staff direction on whether it wants us to move with an AM/PM model or an early bird, late bird model, and to really have discussions around, do we want to have students stay at Ocean View during the construction planning process, or this construction phase, or not, because that impacts these scenarios, right? Because if it's early bird, late bird versus AM/PM, obviously different decisions need to be made, as well as decisions about what to do with the middle school annex and who will be residing there for what reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Williams. Can we go to Board Member Clark's slides?
Give me 1 second, please, to show me how to get my computer up here.
Sure.
All right, so this first graph right here actually adds in the 45 minutes for lunch. Some people just kind of threw it out there as if it wasn't part of the equation, and this is actual time at school. The second slide will just talk about instructional minutes, but if you look at the left side, 70 minutes less per day is what we're talking about. The current kindergarten schedule, they have 270 minutes, and that is including the 45 minutes for lunch. And they're talking about going to a 200-minute school day. So that's 70 minutes less per day. So the top number that you see up there, the 48,600 minutes, that is 180 days times 270 minutes, which they currently have. So currently, right now, the kids go to school for 48,600 minutes. So the blue rectangle is what the kids are receiving now. The difference is the red arrow going down. So if we go to the AM/PM, it's 180 days of school times 200 minutes, which is 36,000 minutes, which was briefly mentioned in the other slide, but that's the minimum required by the state of California, and I've never known Albany to accept the minimum. We've always strived for higher. So if you take that difference So 48,600 on top is what they're receiving now. If we proceed with early bird, late bird, it's 36,000 minutes. The difference is 12,600 minutes. And then if you take the 12,600 minutes divided by the current day of 270, it comes out to almost 47 days of less time at school out of 180 school day year. So it's a little bit over a quarter of the time. So that is just, I don't need to, let me finish my presentation. You guys can come up and get your 2 cents in. Okay, the second chart is just about instructional time. So once again, on the left where it says 25 minutes less per day, right now they get 225 minutes total of instruction time. The proposed plan to go to AM/PM brings it down to 200 minutes. So it's 25 minutes per day. So once again, on top, the 40,500 minutes is what they currently receive. The red arrow going down, showing them down to the 36,000 minutes, which once again is the minimum that the state requires. So we're talking about a difference of 4,500 minutes. So you take that 4,500 minutes and you divide it by the instructional time that they're receiving now, which is 225 minutes. It comes out to 20 school days less per year, which is 4 weeks of school, which is a month. So we can decide whatever way we go, but I really was not liking it when people were throwing out 25 minutes a day as if it was no big deal. You do a little simple math and you take that out, and it's 20 days. So if you would ask kindergarten and TK parents at the beginning of the year, is it okay for your kids to lose a month of school, you would get a different response. So with anything that we do when we make decisions up here, it would be nice to get the real information so people can know where we're coming from instead of cherry picking your side and what you want to be done and to throw out very dismissively that it's only 25 minutes a day when truly it's a month of school. So that's what I wanted to show.
Thank you, Jacob. Okay. So I think we should start with board comments and questions on the presentation.
If this takes it a different direction. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if this takes it a different direction, so you can say this is not appropriate at this time. I was wondering if an option that has been, I've seen discussed out there, but never shown in terms of figuring this out, which is what if we would, once we have the firm, negotiate that construction wouldn't start until January so that we could have the high school additional building to use, which would be 6 classrooms, which, you know, could house 6 classrooms from the students here. And the savings is, well, in terms of how much we would actually spend for the 6 portables, it's $1.5 million, $1,537,646. And I'm wondering if that savings for those portables could be then used in a different way.
Okay.
Is this inappropriate time to throw this out?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's definitely a complex issue. There's a lot of different ways to come to this issue. I think even do we have any of the elementary principals here?
Yes, I believe all of our principals should be here. We also have Juan Barosa, who is our project manager, and Adam Baer, who's our HVAC engineer. So they're also here.
I wonder if our elementary principal, if anyone would be willing to comment on the plans that were just presented.
You talked these scenarios that we just went through?
Yes.
So good evening. I'm Melissa Poole-Marin, principal. I do want to reiterate that this is a really complex topic, and I appreciate the question. The plans that were presented tonight, as President Tuchain and Superintendent Williams stated, were in response to board questions around providing early bird, late bird options. I think I speak for all of the elementary principals and the AUSD principal team in saying that these are not options that we recommend. We provided our recommendation back in, well, you guys have the date there. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but we did provide our recommendation back in December, but we were asked to come up with these other possibilities, and so that's what we did. But do we recommend these? No. There were a few priorities that we wanted to make sure got addressed tonight. If I could just, it's not exactly answering the question, but it's something that we've talked a lot about. I feel like our principal team would love to have some direction from the board in terms of how to move forward. We've spent a lot of time talking about this important issue, and it clearly affects our entire community. And we all feel, we are all highly invested in doing the best we possibly can. But there's some, I appreciate a process, and I do also appreciate the way in which our community has, has come to the table and presented some, what I think are some really great ideas as well. But I think that it would be most appreciated and helpful if we could get some direction tonight from the board on moving forward with a TK or an AM/PM or early bird, late bird decision, because kindergarten enrollment typically happens beginning in January, and we are holding off on enrollment for this fall because we don't know what direction to go in. So I get that it's very complex, but I just want to be aware of timeline. We've got a lot of people just waiting with bated breath. So I'm not sure if that answered your question. I kind of took it in a different way.
Sure. Thank you, Principal Poole.
I'd like to just add something that Principal Poole did talk about in terms of the considerations we looked at. When we spoke, when I worked with the principals, we did want to make sure that we address the issue of overcrowding, at the middle school, and what that impact would be, as well as the impact that it would be on the elementary schools in terms of spacing. So I want to make sure that wasn't lost in the conversation, or letting the board know that we did talk about so many different scenarios and what the impacts would be, not just for the early bird labor, but also for the AM/PM schedule.
Can I add one thing to that too? Val, one thing that we spent a lot of time talking about in these recent weeks is addressing the issue of overcrowding at the middle school. That's something that we all feel very strongly about, and we also feel very strongly in light of the new information and data that has been presented to the community about putting elementary school students on a construction site. We feel very strongly as well about not moving forward in that direction. I understand that that's not part of the original plan that we presented together, but we weren't entirely aware of all of those studies when that proposal was made. So having some sort of direction as well around how to move forward around placing students at construction sites, especially our youngest learners. Also being cognizant of the fact that the high school and middle school have been dealing with construction and are on a construction site as well. I think we have to consider the health of those students also. But yeah, we need some direction on this.
Thank you, Principal Poole. Member Hinckley?
So I think that we're going to need some principles for sort of moving this process forward. And for me, one of those principles is that when we have pieces of a proposal that have repeatedly sustained consensus by the people who have articulated and presented them, which for me is the presentation to move to AM/PM kindergarten and house the Ocean View kindergartners at Moran and Cornell by shifting to an AM/PM schedule. That part of this package, and one of the suggestions I would make is that we tease apart this for a couple of reasons. That part of the package has had sustained consensus by teachers and principals throughout this process, and I feel that my role as a board member is to support that option given that sustained consensus and the evidence that's been presented and the fact that that it has had that support consistently. I think it also, as she said, is a piece of the decision that is perhaps most urgent to make, not only because we have families enrolling for kindergarten, but because we have significant expansion in aftercare and before care that's going to be needed, and we need to move forward on that. So I guess a couple of process points for me would be, can we take apart the pieces of this package and move forward on one part of it and not the other, since, as we've heard, there's new information and also change in terms of the recommendation that's being made by the principals themselves.
Vice President Doss.
Two things. One, at a previous meeting, all of the principals from all the sites were standing together, and I asked them all the same question, and they all had the same answer, which was, when this is all said and done, are we going to switch back to early bird, late bird? And they all, together, said yes. With that being the answer, I, as a Board of Education member and a person that really cares about education, which is one of the main reasons why I ran, find it really hard to take that much time away from the students and learning. I just find it really hard to take away that much time, especially since the principals stated all together that they would change it back. So if any of them would like to come up and explain to me why it's okay to change it now, but then they would all be willing to change it back when this is done, makes it seem as if we're doing it because it's more convenient for the construction, and that doesn't seem fair to the students.
So thanks for that question, Board Member Doss. I would like to state some of the thinking that went into that. Part of what we are balancing in this is clearly where to move 5 grade levels, okay? An entire school in a really small town with, proposals in terms of, with folks saying, let's just put a couple, we can put some kids here and we can put some kids there and whatever, without in terms of portables on our playgrounds and on our PE areas, without a real understanding of what that looks like during the day. And so it's a space issue. The board stated pretty clearly that that your priorities are to keep kids in Albany. Well, if we want to keep kids in Albany, we got to have places to put them. and we, yes, when construction's done, if we ever get started and we can ever finish construction, we will definitely advocate for, at least I feel like we'd advocate for going back to the early bird, late bird model. But what that means, especially in this current context, is do we keep more kids at Ocean View? Do we try and squeeze, how much do we squeeze the middle school in terms of their overcrowding issues? Do we plop another portable on a fire zone, fire access space that our schools need? We can't do that. So it wasn't because we don't care about kindergarten education. We do. We absolutely do. We care about the education of all our kids. And furthermore, I think I can say on behalf of all of the principals, we care about the education of not just the kids at our site, but in our whole district. And so this was not something that we put together lightly, and it's not something, and we thought long and hard about the impact that this has on families, and we don't take that lightly either. We understand that, but if there was a different possibility to create more space without, because then you get into money issues too, and every school has its different issues that we need to advocate for. Mine at Marin is preserving a budget that ensures that we are able to build an earthquake-safe school at the end of all this. So sure, plopping down portables and creating more space and doing that is, like Superintendent Williams said, possible, but there's implications and there's unintended consequences, and that's partly where that discussion has come from.
I guess I would add that my impression is that one of the key reasons that we would move back to early bird, late bird is because our community prefers it. So I think that's a strong reason. And I think that when we can do something that the community prefers, we will try to do that. But right now, during these years of construction, it doesn't seem possible. I wanted to ask Superintendent Williams or our project manager, Juan Barrosa, if our schools would meet the playground requirements if we added additional portables.
So I am going to ask.
They don't meet the state requirements now.
Right.
Well, I think
right.
we know that because we ask it in an email, but I think that the community needs to know that.
Yes, so these are CTE Title V recommendations for playground space for the amount of students that we have per grade level. And currently, none of our elementary schools meet those requirements. You know, we are in what I guess would be considered an urban district, and we currently do not have that. So to add more portables to that space would reduce the amount of play space.
So we are already below the recommended playground space for elementary schools at all three of our sites.
That is correct.
But education-wise, we exceed all the standards, correct?
I'm sorry, I heard part of your question. Education-wise?
Education-wise, we exceed all the standards. So the play space is not at the state recommended level. That's what I'm understanding. But the learning that the kids receive in Albany is all above standard, correct?
We do, yes, we do meet the standards, but I'm going to be very careful because we do have an opportunity gap. And so if I would say every single student meets standards.
Oh, that's all.
But I think what you're saying is, do we provide a quality education for our students? Yes, we do. Absolutely.
I guess I'll get back into this discussion here. You know, we have ideals, what we ideally want to do, and then, we have ideals of what we really want to do, and then I think we have the realities that face us, and I think Ms. Poole spoke specifically to that, and somewhat elegantly, I think, about how it's just not going to be possible. And I mean, we were talking about this even before the issue came up very clearly from Ocean View parents and the staff about the kids staying on the campus. And from emails we've seen, there are parents also that we didn't really think about this. We didn't think this through before about, yeah, these kids would be here during construction, and although there's lots of attempts to mitigate those, the unsafe aspects of it, it just seems that, is that what we really want to do? Do we want to tempt the environment in that respect? And I, for one, do not. I really believe that children's health comes first in this, and so unfortunately, it forces me to sort of make a decision that I normally would not make. I mean, I was a principal as well as a teacher, and kindergarten is such an important part of it, but I also heard, remember that not that long ago, we didn't have early bird, late bird programs. We really did have the traditional AM, PM kindergarten, and our kids still succeeded through that program. Now, saying that, today we are trying to move towards a lot of things, including having a pre-K universal program. That's ideal, and that's what we want to move to as well, right? But in Albany, we just don't have the space, and however much we try to turn it around and look at the alternatives, it's not coming to be a very pretty picture. And so I was more concerned ultimately, not so much about the actual learning minutes, because I think we can give the kids an excellent program provided by the staffs in Albany, the teachers in Albany. But more than that, I'm concerned about some of the voices that haven't been heard, that they have mentioned about, well, what about the parents that really don't have they're not in an economic situation to deal with the extra time that their child would not be in school. And there, I wanted us to investigate a little bit more some of the subsidies that do come in from the state that would address that, and I know the superintendent had written to us that there is monies that the state gives us, that is used, and the way I understood it, for after-school programs, and this was for specifically subsidized money for students that are low income. And so if that money could be really looked at very carefully and provide programs for those students, that extended period of time that they're not in the classroom, but could be in an after-school program or the pre-post, whatever school program, where they could get some more instructional opportunities using that subsidized money, and so those parents also wouldn't have to pay for that extra time. I mean, it's just another way of trying to see how can we address the needs of those families, and it would not be exactly with a certificated teacher, maybe, but still an attempt to provide some kind of instructional program for the students, either, you know, AM or PM, however that would work out.
I feel like just to kind of clarify, we're in agreement on the health and safety of the students. It would be my hope to find a way, or collectively to find a way for the students to be safe and be in an environment where they can learn and not have to worry about the health issues, but then also preserving the early bird, late bird, and once this is all done, moving to the full day kindergarten so that we can match the surrounding districts. So that would be my hope. I don't want to, because we don't want to put people against each other. It's not my goal for the middle school versus Ocean View. That's a terrible thing to do. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. It's also, I don't want to put the kindergartner's education versus the health and safety of I don't want to put those two against each other, and they shouldn't be against each other. We should be trying to get both of those. The kindergartners getting the full education that they need so that we can help to bridge the achievement gap, which studies have shown having that longer time in kindergarten helps to bridge that gap. Yes, students are successful when they do AM, PM, but there are students who need the additional time, and that time is, that achievement gap is closed with having that additional time. I mean, things change over time. People will be okay, you know, but we need to think about that. So it's not my goal to put one against the other. It's my goal to find a solution for both.
I agree with Brian that it's not ideal. I think, unfortunately, as Melissa said, none of the options before us are ideal. I do think we've had the educational experts on our staff in Albany support this proposal to move to AM, PM, essentially from the beginning of this process. And I hope that we can frame all of these proposals not as trying to trade kids off against each other. It's not the board's job to choose which set of children's needs is more important. It is our job to listen to facts and research, and I think we have support and consensus on this proposal from the teachers involved and the principals, and I think it would be helpful for this process and for the direction of staff to be able to confine the universe of proposals that we ask them to come back with. So that would be my suggestion.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that we can give direction on some of these items. But before we get to the point of actually taking votes and trying to give direction, I think that we should open up for some public discussion. You know, and I want to hear from all sides of the community, but I'm also aware that we don't have endless time because we do have a full agenda tonight. So please know that we have read all of the emails, and we are already aware of a lot of these concerns, but I think it's important to voice them publicly so it can be part of the record of this meeting. Please limit yourself to 3 minutes. If your point of view hasn't been spoken, please go up. If your point of view has already been expressed, then you don't need to. So, here we go.
Sorry, I'm new to this. What's up, Brian? We used to be neighbors. So I'm a occupational environmental health and safety specialist for UC Davis, and so my particular lens is health and safety. As I mentioned, I'm kind of late to the party here and only decided to start paying attention to this particular topic when I learned that there was going to be a active construction site with my third grader here on the campus occurring. And I told her this evening where I was going. She said, "What? They're going to have construction on my school? I don't want to go there." Lead, asbestos, VOCs, these can all be hazards that can be controlled, right? That's what I do for a living. I looked through the 109 pages of the agenda. I didn't see anything on there with respect to safety. I've heard that there are safety measures in place, but my concern is that they haven't been addressed. There isn't a plan in place. In 2009, I was a student at Cal when Zachary Cruz was hit by a truck. There was construction going on. He was an elementary school student at LeConte Elementary, and I had to present right after his parents in 2012 gave their account of what had happened. And I understand that $3.6 million every year to delay in order to have the space to house our kids in a non-construction zone would be substantial, but of course nobody would ever say that any child's life would be worth $3.6 million. So I would be happy to be a part of this process, whether you decide to move forward, whether you decide to delay. My personal feeling is that I haven't seen anything that says enough precautions have been put into place, but I would be happy to be a part of the process either way, and I know there's a lot of people that want to speak, so I will step out here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a quick request. My name's Barry Kwan. I'm a parent of Ocean View 4th grader and an AMS 6th grader, but we have childcare right now for some Ocean View families, and there's only about 6 kids left, but could we prioritize? Oh, sorry. Could we prioritize letting those parents speak so we can not have the babysitters stay for so long in case it's going to be?
Certainly, yes,
Okay.
yes, please. So if Ocean View parents who have their children in the child care care to move forward, please do that.
My name's Keith Anderson.
Mike.
You almost have to sort of eat the mic.
Really close?
Take it
Really
out.
close,
Take it
really
out.
close.
There you go.
Okay. My name's Keith Anderson. I have kids here at Ocean View. They both will be affected in one way or another. In an effort to not be reactive, I've made comments in these board meetings before. I'm just going to ask questions my son wrote down. Has to do with kind of the everyday stuff. So he wants to know, where will the playground be? And he wants to know where he's going to go to the bathroom.
Yep.
There are no suggestion in any plans of where these portables are going to be. Sticky notes, I know, are in an effort to try to place them somewhere, but there's not even, those pictures are old aerial shots. They're not currently what those campuses exactly look like. It would be great to see construction lines, where the construction's going to be, exactly to the point that was just made about the safety. Like, what are the measures that are going to be taken in order to keep kids able to go to the bathroom in something that's not a porta potty? And his last point, which is my most critical, and I've brought it up a couple times before at these meetings, he wants to know how some kids are going to be able to focus during construction. Again, because there's no plan in place of where these portables are going to be in relation to where the construction exactly will be and when, timeline-wise, it's very likely that the construction is going on very close to where he will be trying to learn. And he is one of if it's 3 grades, 250 students that will be on a construction site. I just really would hope that there is more data and more plans that are clearly stated to the community, to the board, and that's really, I think, all I'm going to ask for tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can you have Vaughn answer some of those questions? Can you have Vaughn answer?
I think it might be appropriate, Juan Barosa, could you perhaps give us some information about the timeline and why we've only seen what we've seen and why we haven't seen other stuff?
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Get up close. Thank you for this opportunity and for all the questions. First, I want to acknowledge the concerns that are being expressed today. I don't think anyone is going to disagree with that the concerns are valid and that it's a really critical point that we're all looking at as we plan the projects going forward. So there are, a number of best practices that we're planning to follow. There's a publication by the EPA that provides guidelines for some of these renovation projects on occupied school sites that we intend to follow. First of all, we would develop a detailed logistics plan that Principal Ferguson would review with us that would show traffic patterns, pick-up, drop-off, how students would get in and out of classrooms, to the restroom, to the play areas. And again, we acknowledge that this is going to be a non-ideal site because it's so constricted. So we are going to do our best to provide a safe site, and the district is going to have the opportunity to review that plan and approve it before we move forward. So that's the first step. The second step, or the second area that we're focusing on, is to do all of the demolition and the hazmat work during the summer when kids are not on campus. We've talked with the construction teams being considered for the project, and that's easy to do. If the district makes that a requirement, that's something that gets built into the contract as a requirement, and we think it's feasible to do all of that work during the summer. The hazmat work will be done under all the guidelines of that abatement work, which include tenting of the spaces so that they're encapsulated, negative air pressure to keep all the bad stuff inside. The workers of course, have all the protective gear. There's continuous monitoring by a industrial hygienist of the work. And in the end, when it's all done, there's an air clearance test that is performed to make sure that there's no bad stuff left when that work is completed. So we're planning to have that work done over the summer with no students around. And then the construction work, we believe, would start either January, around the January 2020 timeframe. That would be the kind of full construction period based on getting DSA approval for that work. In terms of indoor,
you're talking about the construction firms that we have been interviewing. Believe that they could do all of the demolition in the summer, and then what would happen between September through December on the site?
So the demolition occurring during the summer, then in the fall there would be some minor site preparations to prepare for the full-blown construction, which we think would begin around January of 2020. So we couldn't move beyond the demolition until we have the approval of the Division of State Architect, which we think is going to occur about a year from now.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
And then the last area that we're really focusing on would be the air quality that the students would experience day to day on the site. And by no means, I don't want to imply that construction is an elegant process or that it's super clean or neat. There is going to be noise, there's going to be dust. But I think it's important to focus on the indoor air quality that the students are going to be learning in. All the spaces that students would occupy would continue to have heating and air conditioning systems that would filter the air. One of the things we're proposing is to utilize HEPA filters on all of those systems and change them regularly, and that may become monthly, to make sure that those are really working well. We can also add carbon filters, which would address some of the fumes that are going to be coming off of the construction equipment. So I think that's really important. We also think we would add air filters at the indoor air diffusers, which would be another level of safety for the indoor air quality. And really do our best to manage the operations, the construction operations, to keep the construction equipment away from the HVAC intakes. I think that's a mistake that a lot of construction sites make, is that they don't pay attention to that. And there's a lot of construction equipment that is right up next to the intakes of the classrooms. In the scenario that we're looking at, once we make a selection of a builder, we would do our best to locate the classrooms furthest away from the construction areas and really limit idling time of equipment and where the equipment can stage and so forth, really to keep those separate. So we think that can really help. And by board policy, this project would be a CHIPS verified project. So what that means is that it's considered a highly sustainable project, and you would utilize only materials that don't off-gas, that don't have formaldehydes and some of the other toxic chemicals that were common in construction materials in the past. So I think we've got a good strategy, and we're definitely paying attention to the concerns. Once we make a selection of a team, which we anticipate will be very soon, then we would bring forward a detailed plan on how we're going to address all the concerns. Again, I don't mean to downplay the concern about students near a construction site, but we're hearing loud and clear the concerns, and I think we have a good plan.
Thank you.
Hi again. So I'm actually going to read a letter from Payal Samput, who couldn't be here today. She's in India. So she says, "Dear school board members, I'm an Albany resident, homeowner, and AUSD parent since 2011. I'm the parent of a 3rd grader at Ocean View and a 7th grader at Albany Middle School. I'm also an environmental scientist by profession. I'm submitting this statement to express my strong opposition to any proposal that would place children at the site of any construction or demolition activities. Young children are among the most vulnerable and at-risk demographic groups when it comes to indoor and outdoor air pollution. Exposures during childhood can have lifelong deleterious consequences. I'm a living cautionary tale in this regard, having been exposed to fine construction dust during childhood as the apartment building next door to my home underwent construction. As a young teen, I developed respiratory problems as a result of this exposure, and 30 years later, I am still living with asthma and have debilitating respiratory issues. Please do not subject our elementary school children to this unnecessary pollution with potentially lifelong impacts. Even with the implementation of basic best practices such as HEPA filtration and hosing down sites, children and adults will be exposed to particulates and numerous chemical contaminants. Silica dust created by grinding and drilling construction materials causes lung disease, and exposure to even a very small amount of airborne silica dust is hazardous to health. Diesel emissions from construction equipment and generators can contribute to particulate and ozone pollution that can trigger cardiovascular, pulmonary, and respiratory illnesses. It's not only unrealistic, but also unsafe to keep young kids enclosed in portables all day long, given the off-gassing risks from volatile organic compounds and the increased risks of carbon monoxide poisoning, which make it absolutely essential to provide them with excellent ventilation rather than closed-up spaces. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and California Air Resources Board both strongly recommend against exposing children to particulate matter and toxic fumes at construction sites. Families with financial means information are already considering school transfers, relocation to other school districts and private schools. This would leave children from lower income families to bear the brunt of the impact of construction dust and contamination. This is environmental injustice at our doorstep. We cannot sacrifice our children's lungs for the sake of expediency. Please take off the table any proposal that would place children in the vicinity of ongoing construction. Thank you. I am happy to serve as a resource if called upon."
Good evening. My name is Jay Yu, and the father of 2 AUSD students, 5th grade and 2nd grade at Ocean View Elementary School. I am here to express my concerns over the temporary housing for Ocean View students, specifically against having any Ocean View students on campus during construction. I am a PhD chemist and have been in the pharmaceutical industry for 15 years. Based on my profession and educational background, I have serious concerns about exposing children in a construction zone with the knowledge that such areas with harmful chemicals, dust, and other pollutants are deleterious to the health and safety of young children. I can only speak to my line of work, and I can say that there are strict regulations that control, limit, or altogether eliminate harmful agents in the medicines we produce. We implement exquisite controls to eliminate carcinogens, heavy metals, and toxic impurities. These controls are there to ensure patient safety. Having been intimately involved in this area, I grew worried and concerned when I heard the proposal to house young students at Ocean View during construction. Construction zones are known to have higher concentrations of harmful chemicals, which are potential carcinogens, dust and microscopic particles, which are known to cause long-term pulmonary and respiratory problems, and heavy metals such as lead, which are known to negatively impact growth and development. We need to ask ourselves the question, if there are regulations to protect us from these harmful agents, why would we as parents and adults voluntarily expose our kids to them? As parents, we are always striving to protect our children. Once we became aware of bisphenol A, also known as BPA, we made every effort to minimize our children's exposure to plastics. Once we became aware of methyl bromide, a common pesticide used on fruits and vegetables, we started buying all things organic. It is imperative that we protect our children who otherwise cannot protect themselves. We must not in any way put our children in harm's way. Being in or around a chemical laboratory for the majority of my lifetime, I have been immersed in the control of hazards and have great appreciation for safety measures against them. In all cases, the first option for a given hazard is elimination, and only when elimination is not possible do we opt for alternatives. In the case for Ocean View students, elimination of the construction hazard must be the first and only option. The construction hazard must be eliminated by not allowing any Ocean View students on campus during construction. Having said this, mitigation should never be considered. Mitigation actions such as the use of HEPA filters, watering down construction areas to minimize dust, rolling in trucks during off hours do not justify housing kids in a construction zone. These options should never be on the table when the option to not have kids on campus at all is viable. As a parent, I feel very strongly on this matter and will do everything in my power to ensure that students are not on Ocean View campus during construction. If people in leadership ignore the known data on the unsafe environment of construction zones and entreaties of the Ocean View community to this effect, I will explore all possible recourse. However, my hope is that we will come to a solution that prioritizes our children and places their safety first and foremost. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Terry Georgeson. I'm principal here at Ocean View. And I wanted to ask some questions related to the discussion around early bird kindergarten. First of all, I want everyone here to know, if you don't, and remember if you were here, that I was a really big part of creating early bird, late bird for kindergarten. I was a very big advocate for it at the time. It seemed like the right time, it seemed like the right thing to do. So for me to come and ask questions and to come up with a plan and support a plan that says, whoa, we want to go back to an AM, PM, I want you to understand also some of the considerations we put into this temporary plan. And part of it has to do with what the mission of our district is in the first place, and that has to do with offering quality education for all students. So when we took a look at making AM, PM possible for kindergarten, it requires 4 additional portables to be placed somewhere. Whether we continue the discussion to add them to Ocean View during a time of construction, or whether we put them on the middle school blacktop, or whether we divide them up and cramp up the other elementary school sites. Some of the considerations in an elementary program require quality, and one of the things that was discussed a little bit earlier or shared with us was the assumption, or the way I read it, was the assumption that quantity, more time, equals quality. And more time in school if it's not well organized, well supported, and children have the opportunities to truly experience what they need, does not equal quality. So we have an AM/PM proposal that provides students with high quality, 2 teachers, before and after care, where the lunch experience of that additional 45 minutes a day is given by professionals in the classroom. As a matter of fact, it may even be considered a better experience because it's a smaller group within a classroom and not in a large lunchroom where maybe only 2 or 3 people are there to help them. So in some ways, the AM/PM with a quality before-after care program for the families who utilize it offers a very sound program. In addition, the impact on the other students within the school, because of the additional 50 students on campus all day long, without additional space for lunch, additional space for play space, where the students have more difficulty getting their running in, their kinesthetic experiences in, and their motor development in because it's too crowded, also minimizes quality. So I just want to make sure that we balance what quality means versus quantity. And then I have a question that I have not gotten answered yet is, for the additional costs that we may be incurring to support an early bird, late bird program in and of itself, who bears that cost? Will that be strictly the Ocean View budget, or will we be sharing that with the Marin budget? Is that spread throughout all the budget, or does it go on just one school site's budget? And the reason I ask is because very soon we will be deciding on a team to build, and that team is predicating their work based on a budget that we are telling them they must stay within. So you don't want to go into a budget such as that and then automatically say that $1 to $5 million additional cost, however we plan it out based on those numbers up there. Now all of a sudden you have to lop that off one project. Are we sharing it over the cost of 2? And those are the answers that I think should be shared with us before you continue to go into this discussion even further. So thank you.
So our team keeps coming back together, and we're really, really trying to focus on how we stay together in a community, as this has been really challenging. And I think, and what we're looking for from all of you is leadership in moving forward, and we really talk carefully about what that leadership looks like and what we need. And I think there are 3 things that we came up with, and I'm going to try to represent them, and then please jump in. So one is just this decision around the AM/PM. You know that we are advocating for the AM/PM. It's a complicated thing, but we can't move forward until we know that information. There's so many if this, then that, if this, then that. It's really hard. So we're hoping tonight to leave with that being settled. And then there are 2 other pieces that we feel as a team we've come together on. One is, you can see there's a huge number of people here, and they're here with a couple of different strong messages. And I think one is really, and you all know what those are, but I'm just going to say, there's a lot of people in Ocean View community, teachers, parents who feel very strongly that their kids shouldn't be on a construction site while construction is happening. And so I think that if we could just say one of the criteria, we're going to have to move forward and say that that's not going to happen, that the Ocean View students are not going to be here during construction, because clearly that's not going to be supported. So if we could leave here knowing that we could probably all get out of here maybe 3 hours earlier even, right? If we just said that that's off the table. And then the second piece, which is like, if you look around, the other large group of people here is saying we need some space at AMS. We're super overcrowded. We need that to be a criteria. And so if you could say that yes, AMS will get some of that space in the annex. We're not asking for all of it. We're happy to share. We've really tried to figure out how do we work together, but we need some of it. And if the board were able to leave here saying, yes, we're going to go AM/PM or whatever your decision is around that, but at least a decision around it, Ocean View students are not going to be on this site during construction, and AMS is going to get that little portion of the space that's being asked for and ask us to come back with solutions that, yes, will cost a little bit of money, but will meet both of those criteria. Then we could at least move forward. People would feel like their main concerns have been addressed, and we could go from there. So that's what we talked about.
Okay, I think that brings us to a point. So, would the board like to try to address these 3 items that we've heard from Superintendent Williams, that we've heard from the principals? I think that we're ready to entertain a motion on the AM PM versus early bird late bird, or further discussion, board discussion on that.
Yeah, I have something I'd like to say about that. I don't even know if the board up here, we have the authority to just go line by line and decide on a proposal or proposals what we're going to pick out and what we're going to vote on and not vote on. It doesn't give the public the opportunity to know. So for example, if we are going to just pick out the AM PM option to go ahead and just ram through a vote tonight, when a lot of people might have showed up if they knew that that was going to be singled out and voted on all by itself. Over here, these are package deals where certain things are all contingent on other things. So you guys can discuss if you want to move forward, but I don't even think it's procedurally proper to go ahead and decide we're just going to take this whole thing and then just pick out certain things and vote on it when the public might not know that those things are being voted on.
Although the agenda packet has, I lose track of the number of proposals in the agenda packet. I believe technically there are 4. The 3 options, keeping early bird, late bird, and the principal's option, which was originally presented for discussion at the last meeting in December. So it is clear that there is an action item on the agenda today to choose between options that would make a decision between early bird, late bird, and AM PM. So I feel like that is public notice that that's a decision the board was going to make. Whether we decide all elements of that plan or not, the decision, we have the right to make a decision on a plan that includes AM PM and excludes early bird, late bird tonight.
Can I ask a question to everybody? Are there any parents here whose children will be kindergartners affected by this time?
So maybe we could hear.
So I'd like to hear from a few of them. I mean, it doesn't have to be like a long thing, but since your children will be the ones directly affected for the AM PM versus early bird, late bird.
You also want to hear from parents who had vote? No, we're tired of hearing. I have to say. I don't want to hear what was. Let's talk about what will be, okay? Well, we haven't heard. Why not? We also have a voice.
Oh, no. Everybody's going to get a chance to speak. We're going to stay until everybody's voices are heard. But we are currently we're currently, as a board, about to make a decision, and the decision is going to directly affect parents of students who are going to be kindergarten, so I'd like to hear from them before we make that decision.
We can hear from a few parents, but we're not going to hear from all of the parents in the district. You know, we're just going to be hearing from a few individuals that are here tonight. I think that the community has had months, really, to express opinion on early bird, late bird versus AM PM because these plans first came forward quite a while ago.
Kim, that's not true. A lot of people didn't even know what was happening until about a month ago. So to try to say the public had ample opportunity to know about this is disingenuous, okay? And if we try to push this vote through, I'm just going to have to step outside for a little while. It's not procedurally correct to pick and choose what we're going to take out of the proposal and vote on it. It's just not okay.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear from you.
I'll try and be quick. One quick point I wanted to bring up looking at the plans that are on the table right now. As I understand it, the current principal's plan, which includes AM PM, still has 3 grades at Ocean View during construction. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That a principal's plan does include what you just said.
So to the extent that there are quite a number of legitimate concerns about people being on a construction site, that's not a choice between early bird versus students on the construction site. That's a separate decision, right?
Right, but what we can do is we could give instruction that says, come back with a plan that either has AM, PM, or early bird, late bird with no students on the construction site. So we can give that instruction. Right now, we're just trying to decide between AM, PM, and early bird, late bird. And so that's what we're gonna vote on. So that's why I wanted to hear from parents who have students that are gonna be kindergartners, because those are the parents that are gonna be directly affected.
Yeah,
So assume that there will be no students on site during construction. What are your feelings as far as early bird, late bird? If you didn't, and I know it's hard because you care about all the kids, assume that the kids are safe. Now your student is going into kindergarten, and they're either going to have early bird, late bird, or AM, PM, and what's your preference?
There's no choice in my mind. It's early bird, late bird. If there's a compelling reason involving like students being on the construction site and there's no other way to do it, then that's a different conversation. But if you're asking me, and I think that is what you're asking me, putting aside the construction site issue, do I prefer early bird versus late bird for my kid? Like, of course I prefer early bird, late bird. I prefer not missing 42 equivalent days of being in school. Like, even if it's not instructional time, that's time socializing with other children. That's time being with a teacher in a different space. Like, that's valuable. And choosing between losing 20 days of instructional time, like why would you ever want to choose that?
Is there any parent in here that disagrees with this gentleman?
Well, okay, I think that, yeah, well, it's hard to hear people when they're not on a mic, but I think that's, Brian, the scenario that you've proposed is not realistic, because we literally do not have enough space at Albany school sites. AUSD does not own enough land to take kids off the construction site and to provide early bird, late bird. We just don't. You can ask for, you can tell the principals, we want you to go back to the table and give us, and give us the sun and the moon and early bird, late bird, and keep all the kids off the site. But there's no physical way that they can do that. It is not possible.
Then why is there no option currently that does that? Like, I don't see an option listed right now that includes both AM, PM, and no construction site.
That hasn't been developed yet, and I think that is what we probably need to ask the principals to do.
So if that can be developed, why can't we develop both? If that hasn't been developed yet, but it can be developed, then why can't we develop both? Why can't we develop a plan that keeps the kids' instruction the way that it is now, the way that doesn't take away from that, and that keeps the kids safe and not on the construction side?
Because those 4 additional classrooms that it takes to do that, we have no space for them.
It's not my job to develop the plan, but if you delay it and then the additional annex is open, then you can move more classes there, and then you can move it there. It's not my job to come up with the plans. However, it is my job to protect the education of the students, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I think that thinking outside the box, I think that it involves a lot of thinking around it. It's not going to be an easy thing. I think that it's more convenient for AM, PM, which is why everybody's saying that once the construction is done, we're going to switch back. And I can't understand how you can say both. How you can say AM, PM is this, and these are all the great things around AM, PM, and then the principal for Ocean View just stood up here and said that she advocated for early bird, late bird, and then once the construction is done, we're gonna switch back to early bird, late bird. So if we're gonna switch back, then obviously everybody's in agreement that it's better.
Excuse me, Madam President?
Yes. Yes.
It almost seems that it might be easier for us to vote tonight on whether this campus is going to be closed during demolition construction. If we can get a sense, if we could vote on that, at least tonight, and then the concerns that Jacob and Brian have, if we could come back the next meeting with this on the agenda to address AM, PM versus early bird, late bird, so that 2 things, we could actually see what it potentially could look like when you take all the students off the campus here and where they're placed. I don't know if there's more than one option, but the options are pretty limited when you take the whole campus off here. And then and then also at the same time, it gives an opportunity for the parents that, given that we've now eliminated any discussion about Ocean View because everybody's gone from here, then we just focus on the question whether it should be AM, PM, and then we could realistically look at, are there any spaces available? Where would those spaces be? And direct the staff to try to look at that if we have Ocean View off of this campus.
I agree with you, Clementina. Okay, I just want to remind everybody that when we were going to house 3 grades here at Ocean View for the duration of construction, which was the principal's plan, then there was still no room without putting down additional portables on schoolyards that are already far below state standard in terms of play space. There was no room for early bird, late bird. Okay? Now, if we're going to find a different location for 3 entire grades, that's half the school, on our current land, because we're not going to buy any more, then the possibility of entertaining an early bird, late bird option becomes infinitesimal. I mean, we couldn't even do it with what we, with keeping 3 grades here.
But I think the point is also to give parents who maybe aren't here tonight, as Jacob said, an opportunity to come and voice their opinion about the kindergarten aspect only. And once again, if we can have documentation, if we can show and have the staff go and once more attempt to come up with some space for AM, PM, then let's try it. At least try it and present to the community at next meeting.
Well, I was agreeing with you before that I think probably the easier step is for us to deal with the issue about whether we're going to entertain the idea of having students here on site. But also, I would remind you about what Project Manager Barossa said, that all 3 teams that we're thinking about for the construction contract, he was in contact with them, and there was an idea of demolishing over the summer and then having a hiatus where, what did he say, just like some surface prep work would be done. So no actual construction during the fall of 2019. And so what we say we need to phrase carefully, because that means that this campus still could be a site for housing students next fall, because there won't actually be construction or demolition going on during those months. Member Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to point something out. You had said a couple times that there's just no physical space for early bird, late bird to happen. Well, if that's the case, then there's no way to have the Ocean View students off of this campus without taking over all of the annex and all of the high school. As I said before, part of the Measure E was to relieve overcrowding at the middle school. So you're making it as it's just impossible. We can't have early bird, late bird because there's no space. Well, there's no space for all the students at Ocean View not to be on site unless we're going to take over all of the annex and all of the high school. So that just needs to be put out there too. If we're going to decide tonight on making a statement, I don't want students here on a construction site either, okay? The district has had years and years to plan this, and we're put in this tough position where the community is pitted against each other, and it's just horrible what is happening here. And I'm going to go ahead and throw out an alternative that I don't know if it's actually been brought up at a board meeting, but a lot of people have been talking about it. There is a way to have Ocean View students not on a construction site, and that is not to rebuild the school. That is to get it up to the seismic safety, which is a must. Okay, a new school is a want. We start getting into things about, oh, well, we cannot have students here at Ocean View oh, well, the middle school wants part of their annex. They don't need it. So if we want to talk about what we want to do and what we need to do, we need to have our schools seismically safe. We can do that over the summertime, so no student has to deal with any of these health concerns that people are bringing up, and we can do the same thing with Marin. If it was really an issue, I heard the reports came out in 2012 with the seismic safety issues. Well, we're in 2019, so for 6 years, if it was unsafe, as everybody said, we've done nothing about it. Okay, so we can argue and postpone and do all these other things and still have our students on unsafe sites, or we can go ahead and get the seismic work done, not have to have any students on a construction site, let the middle school use their whole site, let early bird stay in place, and that is a viable option that I think on purpose hasn't been brought up.
My understanding of the retrofitting question is that as soon as we retrofit, we have to upgrade to current American with Disability Act standards. And that triggers a lot of other renovation that makes the retrofitting process extremely costly. So I don't know if our project manager wants to address that issue.
That would be great.
Okay.
Because I've heard other things.
Thank you for the question. So just to make sure I understood the question,
Is there a way to do the seismic work without having to trigger all these codes? Straight up, because I've been told there is ways to do it.
Okay.
And the community should know.
okay. I don't believe there is because of the extent of the work that would be required to put in place all of the seismic improvements. I think if the project was smaller or, kind of pieces at a time, it may be possible to do that. But I think because the improvements or the upgrades would be across the campus, I believe that once the Division of State Architect looks at the scope of work, they would determine that it's would trigger upgrades to accessible path of travel, to current building codes. And so that, based on my experience, what I think would happen.
Yeah, what you think and what we know factually are two different things.
Well, I respect your opinion, and I think you asked me for a response, and that's what I think would happen.
Yeah, your response was you think. Your response wasn't that there was not another way to do it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board, so I would love to entertain a carefully worded motion regarding having Ocean View students on campus during active construction.
Do you realize if we vote on this, we don't even know if we can have this construction done with the Ocean View students not here? So I just want to make sure we know what we're voting on, because what I said a little while ago as far as no space, if we're going to say we don't want Ocean View students on the site, then that's essentially saying middle school and high school are not going to use their addition or their annex until, at the very least, Ocean View's done, and I'm sure Marin's going to want the same thing. And that is not okay. Excuse me? Could you come up and speak, please? I can't.
Okay.
I can't hear you. Well, that would be up to the president, I guess.
Yes, you should come up and speak. But I do. Okay, yes, please come and speak on that issue. After Principal Brill spoke, I thought all views had been sort of expressed, but maybe not. So please come and speak. Well, I think
it should be in order. I mean, why is it, why? Because you got to go home or something?
My name is Max Weintraub. Oh, sorry. My name is Max Weintraub. My current job is I work at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Prior to that, I worked at the National. Too far? Too close?
Too far. Really close.
Hello? This
Really?
is better.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So my name is Max Weintraub. I work at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which means I have a lot of free time right now. And prior to that, I worked at the National Safety Council's Environmental Health Center, as well as have been a lecturer at Berkeley in environmental science policy and management. So my main message tonight were two issues that were just addressed by Mr. Barroso. Number one, thinking about this project and having some more information that we just currently don't quite have. One, in terms of the demolition of the site, making sure absolutely there are no kids present during the demolition of the site. I was very happy to hear tonight that the plan is to ensure that that the demolition is going to take place when no kids are present. Second, during the reconstruction, I have a child who would be a third grader when the reconstruction happens and would likely be here at Ocean View. My first instinct is to say, absolutely no, I don't want her here. That said, there are mitigation practices that can be used to minimize risk to environmental exposures. However, we have minimal details. Other than what Mr. Barroso just presented in about 2 minutes, we have just the barest bones of knowledge about what those mitigation efforts would be. We don't know how they would address noise or vibration, some discussion about indoor air quality. We have no idea how we would address how kids would have the capacity to exercise outside, or whether they would have that capacity given the type of equipment. We're in a windy area. Containment of dust and debris in those kind of situations at school settings is difficult. I've gone and inspected school settings. It's not a simple situation. That said, it's possible. The question for me is, at this point, how do we balance out the potential for overcrowding at other districts versus a lack of information about adequate mitigation at Ocean View? In my mind, I would lean towards known overcrowding versus unknown mitigation practice. That could potentially change if we had additional information that we simply don't have right now. So that's my thought.
I'm sorry, President Trutain, do you mind if I ask Mr. Weintraub a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Just because I know you work for the APA and we've had conversations on various things. When we talk about students not being on a construction site, do you have any expertise or opinion on how far away that is? So, for example, if we were able to place some of the grade levels on the AUSD-owned portion of Ocean View Park, on that sort of towards that boundary line between what the city owns and what we own, is there any concern about air quality the farther away we are, or is it completely off campus?
Well, so the short answer is no. I don't have an answer, a thought off the top of my head. I think some considerations would be, if they were located there, my guess is they would be upwind from a lot of the construction, and so the advantage of that is that you then wouldn't have quite the challenge of containment. You also would have, by being upwind, it would open up the ability for the kids to play more. In terms of the specific distance, though, I think it really does vary dramatically site by site. And I've seen both clean school constructions, and let me explain. I'm working off of anecdotal information. I've only gone to 4 or 5 active school sites. But I would just say that asking Mr. Barroso to come back and explain in a little bit more detail what his proposal is, so that then we could potentially respond to it, would be potentially an appropriate next step in order to determine how to handle this. While I'm up here, can I give comments on 2 other points very quickly? Portable classrooms. I did some investigation. There is such a thing as green portables that have come into existence in the last few years. They address a lot of the issues that older portables had around environmental risks. They are cost comparable, purchase-wise, they are cost comparable to other portables. I do not know if there are a sufficient number of them out there for them to be leased, but I want to at least raise that as a point. And then I had some fine detailed comments about the contracts with Rincon for the environmental assessment and with Millennium for the hazardous waste sampling, and I just want to submit those via email. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not sure how much further we're going to be able to get tonight, and so I'm thinking about that. I mean, there's a lot of people in line here, and I imagine that you have concerns over OV students on site during construction, and you have concerns about space at the middle school. Does anyone have any different concerns? The kindergarten group, and then at the end of the line, what a
Well, I think some of us want to talk about the health and safety issues that would happen if the middle school were impacted that way, and I'm a resident of the neighborhood, and I wanted to address that as well.
Okay. Okay. I'm concerned about the time because we have to deal with the high school's plan for increasing enrollment, and we have to expand our budget advisory committee. In terms of the AM/PM kindergarten question, I think what I've heard from board members is that's not something that we're going to be able to decide tonight. And so, given that, I think that these community members would probably want to speak at the meeting where that really was going to be decided, because we're going to have to go over it again at a different meeting. Now, on the safety of the students on campus question, I am still thinking that maybe we could give some direction on that tonight.
I think one concern I have is that if we give only partial direction to one concern is I think the principals who we've tasked with coming up with a plan need direction soon. The other thing I'm concerned about is that if we give partial direction but not whole direction, that we run the risk of going down a path that potentially has consequences that we would not want to entertain. For example, abandoning the construction project entirely. So I'm feeling your pain that it feels like we're at a bit of an impasse, but I don't think we can. I think we should take more time as a board tonight to try to figure out whether it's possible to provide a whole set of instructions to the principals. Otherwise, I'm not sure what the next meeting would look like. Or we talk about what the next meeting would look like, but I worry that, the original plan that Val put together was originally presented, I believe, in October. So we've gone a couple of months here debating parts of this plan, and I don't want to have a scenario where we have 4 other plans with mixed feasibility come before us in 2 weeks, and we still have no sort of overarching board guidance about what those should look like.
I think Jacob had his...
Yeah, I just wanted to address something real quick about somebody saying people are cutting people in line, okay? That happened last time when we had the different board, and the board president had asked the principal at the middle school to come speak, and then people were saying she was cutting the line. No one is cutting the line if a board member up here asked some people to come up and answer a question. And now it was just brought up that people were cutting the line again. Our vice president asked for a certain group of people to come up here, so if we can maybe think about our wording and not accuse people of cutting the line when board presidents and board vice presidents has asked people to come up and speak.
First, I think that so it sounds like we have the three things: AM, PM versus early bird, late bird, need for space at Albany Middle, and Ocean View students not being on campus during construction. If we could hear from the community, which is their right to say, you know, they elected us, so we want to hear from them. And I think it's important to hear from them. And then once we hear from everybody, then we can vote on these three things. Maybe we'll all agree or maybe we'll all disagree, but that's why we vote. And so we can vote on these three things. Then the principals can take that and we can give that instruction for them to take what we vote on these three things. They can develop a plan, bring that to the next meeting, and we'll vote yay or nay on that plan.
Okay, so that brings us back to listening to public comment. So front of the line, I get, you know. Here we go.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Dina Yu. I'm a reading and ELD specialist at Ocean View Elementary and parent of a second grader and fifth grader at Ocean View Elementary School. I was going to have this whole story about how I first came to the district, but I think what I just want to get right to is that I really appreciate being a teacher in Albany Unified. I appreciate being a teacher at Ocean View. Both my husband and I are children of immigrants, and we grew up in neighborhoods where we were, you know, one of very few Asians. So when we had children, we knew for sure that we wanted to send our kids to Ocean View Elementary. And although we weren't living in Albany at the time, we were living in Oakland, because of I'm a teacher, I was able to apply for an inter-district transfer, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity for my kids. Every year that my children attend AUSD, we have to go through the process of getting an inter-district transfer. I'm faced with this paperwork every year, and without question, I go ahead and do it. The only reason I could imagine not requesting the transfer is if we suddenly had to move out of the Bay Area for some emergency, or my husband got a different job. Even with changes in our district's budget and knowledge that the resources that are available here might be less than our home district, I would still choose to keep my children in Albany. Never ever did I think that I would have to choose to not have my son at Ocean View because the decision of keeping him here would place his health at risk. You don't think about that as a parent. You assume that it is a given that the school environment your child will be in is a healthy one. It makes me so sad that this is what this has kind of come to for me. That I may have to pull my child out of this community, of his friends, my community, because I can't guarantee that his health will be protected if he is placed on a construction site. It is because of this that I've worked so hard these past few weeks with my community of teachers, parents, and administrators to research the environmental impact of construction on young children. I know that many of us have experiences around construction, and even I thought at first that maybe it could be okay. But as I researched and spoke to different people and scientists, one who I'm married to, I saw that there's too much irrefutable evidence and research that states that environmental pollutants are exponentially more harmful to young children because they inhale more air per pound of body weight than do adults. They breathe faster, spend more time outdoors, and have smaller body sizes. I'm here because I support the right for my son to have a healthy learning environment. But as a teacher and member of the community, I also support the rights of all the Ocean View students to have a healthy learning environment. I ask the board tonight to not take action in support of any plan that places our students on our campus during construction. And I feel like I'm hearing there's all these different factors and we're trying to figure out space. I really worry that if we don't make a decision here tonight that ensures the safety of our students in closing this campus during construction, construction, then later on, when it's discovered that there isn't space or it's competing with some other need, we're going to go right back to this as an option. So I'd really like a vote.
All right, I don't know who I'm putting. They told me to go, so I'm going. And the incoming kindergartner who, I just didn't get it because that was pretty good. I don't like it. My fourth grader did undergraduate school and working out fine. And I liked it, and I like to do the same thing that we've been doing. I don't feel like it's a fair to put the extra cost on the parents to pay for the work of one after school year. And I feel like for parents who can't afford it, none of you guys are going to pick up the slack. And we are already paying rent, paying taxes, and paying for loan. We shouldn't have to pay twice. I also feel like now the kindergarten parents are being pitted against the Ocean View parents, as if early bird paper is an option, then it means that we want your kids to be at construction. That's not what we said. I don't want your kids to be at construction. I also don't want my kids to have AMP. I also don't want the middle school to be super crowded. I don't know what the plan is to figure out all of these issues, but it doesn't mean that now I don't care about the health and safety of the Ocean View kids because I don't want AMP. I care about my kids' education, and I care about that those 20 days that she would miss from school. And I don't feel like it's fair for you all to ask us to have our kindergartners miss that much time, when in any other way, if someone missed that much time, the truancy people would be calling them, writing emails, coming to find their kids. You all would kick out the interdistrict transfers if they missed that much time. It wouldn't be an option. If my kid came to school 25 minutes late every day, nobody would be okay with that. But it's okay for you all to take away that time as if it doesn't matter. And I don't think that that's fair. I also don't think it's fair for you all to expect for us to come up with the extra money. It's not a small amount. It can easily be $3,000 a year for the kindergarten parents to pay for that extra time for before and after school care. For people who have TK students and then kindergarten students, over that time, it's 2 years now, and that could be $6,000. And I know that there's subsidized here, but everybody doesn't qualify for it. And just because you don't live below the poverty line, those of you can qualify for that program, doesn't mean that now you can afford this additional $3,000 to $6,000. Maybe you're in the middle, maybe you are just a working parent who doesn't qualify for those programs, but also can't afford that extra meal. I don't think that it's fair for you all to put that burden on this one group of parents, but no one else has a financial burden. Yes, there are other burdens, I know, but nobody else has a financial burden that you all are asking them to take on for this project. I don't think that is fair. I don't want the kindergarten to do that construction project, but I think the most viable plan is for the portables to be at another elementary schools. It would suck for them to lose a garden and lose that play space, but it would be a temporary thing, and I am okay with planting flowers with my kid at home. If she gets to still go to school and other things, as all the other kids go to school, I'm okay with losing a garden, or losing a little bit of play space. We are not going to meet the recommendation no matter what. It hasn't ever met the recommendation for play space. So now making it seem as if that's the issue and that this recommendation really matters to the Albany School District is just crazy. It hasn't mattered all this time. So losing that little bit of play space wouldn't make that much of a difference. This recommendation is never going to be met, even after the new build. You're still not going to meet the recommendation. We're not going to increase these lot sizes by double, which is what they would have to do in order to meet those recommendations, and that's not going to happen. So no matter what, that recommendation is off the table. It really makes no difference. Okay, that's it. All right, thank you guys. Sorry, one more thing. Sorry, I'm really sorry. If you guys are voting to just take this off the table, then the kindergarten parents who also don't know anything about this because they're not here in the school district yet, it's really not fair for them. They just don't know.
That's
and I constantly talk to someone else.
It's very true.
I don't know if they're
Luckily, our neighbors
doesn't know that this is happening. The only people who know about it is because I happen to have a fourth grader, and my kid happens to go to the children's center. But most people don't. Those are a couple hundred parents who just have no idea that tomorrow we're going to change their kid's schedule. And they don't have any way of knowing that or getting their voices heard, because it will just be changed before their kids start here and before you guys even start enrollment for them here. For them to come to the little parent ed committee, who I always have for kindergarten, this will already be in place. So there's no way to give those people that information. So it just counts out a couple hundred parents from getting the information that everybody needs to have, and they don't get a chance to get up here and talk to you guys about it or write emails, and that's not fair.
Just a real quick note on aftercare. I was told by the school that the principal told that we wouldn't be guaranteed for aftercare for our kindergartners, and that we should contact ACC as soon as possible but we can't really contact them until we're enrolled. So we're in this spot where we don't know what we're going to have for care, aftercare, if there's going to be availability for our kids to have lunch with their friends, etc. So it's just something we should consider.
I'm Melanie Holder, and I have been from a TK student as well as a first grader friend. And I agree with everything Spice said, and feel strongly about it, but don't need to repeat it all. But I also want to just throw out one more thing about the TK. She did briefly mention that, right, it's twice the burden for TK students, because of course we'll have 2 years of a short schedule and additional aftercare. And I'm really lucky that I don't have to have 6 hours of aftercare. I know a lot of parents who, in this situation, have 3 hours of school and 6 hours of aftercare. And that's, no matter how great the aftercare is, and I don't know if it will be or not, that's a lot of aftercare. And that's not a credentialed teacher. So even if it's an amazing 2-teacher situation for that little 3-hour period, which is great, that still doesn't really make us feel that much better about all the time we're missing. And then back to the TK point, I just wonder, I believe I've asked, but I haven't heard the answer. Does it have to be the same as the K schedule, or is it just going to be the same because it feels weird to let the TK kids have 4.5 hours and the K kids only get 3?
I hope I'm saying this correctly. The Director of Curriculum Instruction is not here, but I believe that they do not have to be on the same schedule.
I remember hearing about it a couple more weeks ago, and then so I just wonder if we cannot find any other option, and it absolutely has to be AM/PM for kindergarten. I asked that the board not just change the TK schedule to AM/PM just for the heck of it, just because it feels weird, not different from K, because it does really affect us parents who are going to have to get through 2 years of only having our kids at school for 3 hours. Financial burden, as well as just the burden of our kid having any short school day, which does suck. So that's what I would ask.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Audrey Hadlock. I emailed you all this, but I am an Ocean View parent. My son is in 2nd grade here, and he has asthma. And so I really appreciate the sensitivity that I've heard tonight from all of you, actually, to these safety issues. I don't need to go back to the details of that. I really agree with you, and encourage you to keep the kids off the construction site, because you're right, mitigation is not the same as just avoiding the issue by finding a solution that doesn't put kids at risk. Maybe it needs to have less play space, but I'd rather have my kids be able to go play outside in a smaller space with clean air than being in a site where no one really knows what the risks are, or that there's any way to make those risks not be an issue. And it is also, I think, an environmental justice issue, because parents who have the options, who have some entree into another district, or who can go to charter schools or private schools or homeschool or whatever the options might be, parents who can leave are very likely to consider that. I don't want to play with the construction site. He's already got it. He doesn't need to exacerbate that by being exposed to things that I can avoid. And that's not fair to the kids who don't have those options. for the Ocean View parents who don't speak English as well, and aren't, there's a lot of transient population in our school with the village, people moving in and out, maybe not as tuned in to the local politics. So, thank you, I think, for getting all of this, and being against construction, but wanted to get that. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you tonight. This will be really brief. I am Mimi Ingalls, second grade teacher here at Ocean View. I'm a parent of a high school student here in the district and an Albany homeowner. I feel very strongly, like many of us here, that no students nor staff should be on site during the reconstruction at Ocean View. No one would argue with the claim that students learn better in a safe, secure, clean, and quiet school environment rather than in a construction zone. Additionally, teachers put in incredibly long hours and so much energy into instructing, engaging, and nurturing children. Please don't undermine their work by asking them to teach in a construction zone where they, along with the students, would be facing daily health, quarantine, and safety challenges. My oldest daughter, Caroline, spent 2 years as a student on an active construction site 5 years ago when our family lived in Pennsylvania. She reports that the fire alarms went off frequently due to particulates triggering the sensors. They had to evacuate the buildings each time, although it was apparent that it was due to the construction. This is one example of an unexpected consequence during construction. The loud machinery operating was also a huge distraction to the high school students who, unlike elementary students, have the self-control to resist running to the windows to see what the commotion is. Even when following carefully laid out construction detours and pathways, students still tracked in building materials and particulates. The students' learning and health was impacted negatively during this time. We are counting on the Albany School Board to act in the best interests of all of the students and staff to find a temporary housing solution that spares us from exposure to harmful chemicals, dust, and particulates. We appreciate this is a huge challenge for our community, but we believe that the Albany School Board can find a way to move ahead to improve the educational experience of our students without compromising health and safety on the way to this. Thank you.
My name is Kari Finan. I'm a first grade teacher here at Ocean View. I recently sent an email to the board, and I want to thank you for being able to respond to it during these busy days that we've had. Some people have asked me to read what I wrote in the email. I won't read the whole thing, but I will read part of it again. For some reason, I don't know how, but I managed to check off a lot of boxes here in this community. As an Ocean View teacher, as an Albany homeowner, I live 1 block from the middle school, so I understand parking and traffic concerns. I am an Ocean View parent. I also have an incoming 3rd grader, which is part of the grade level that appears to be highly questioned where they will go. I'm a 1st grade teacher who has taught both 1st graders that have come through the AM/PM kindergarten program, as well as kindergartners who have come through the early bird labor programs. I've seen both models. I also am a parent of 2 Albany high school students who've gone through AMS recently. In addition, my twin sons were the last cohort to experience the AM/PM kindergarten model, and conversely, my 3rd son also has gone through the early bird and late bird kindergarten. So I can compare these 2 programs pretty easily. So as you can see, I'm pretty invested. I have no idea how I managed to check all these boxes, but I offer myself as a resource to the board and to the community for any questions that you might have at any time about early bird, late bird, AM/PM, anything, middle school, high school, Ocean View, whatever. I feel like I'm getting really old. Anyway, my biggest concern is just getting our Ocean View kids off of campus during construction. At this point, as we reach a decision-making time, the district, I don't feel, in my opinion, has been able to guarantee that our children will be safe from the long-term effects of being present during construction. I don't feel that the district has been able to refer to any strong research to support that our children will remain safe during construction, not suffer any long-term illnesses or consequences. In fact, the most basic question of how many feet will our children be from actual construction has not yet been made clear. The district has provided statements for people who are interested in getting work associated with this project, which for me does not provide enough credibility. So at this point, I know you've already received the information and research that shows that pollution cannot be contained, not all pollution can be contained in diesel, particularly, and that our younger children are the most vulnerable. There's always that risk factor, especially with long-term health effects, putting kids in portables with all the off-gassing issues, and this to me is not acceptable. I also have concerns that if we go with the contract that offers the lowest bid, that could potentially lead to the lowest level of safety measures. On a personal note, my incoming third grade son, second grade now, he would be placed in one of those potential portables. And I need everyone to understand that I won't allow him to be placed in these conditions. When he was an infant, he contracted bacterial meningitis and he nearly died. We endured years of developmental screenings to determine if he had suffered any long-term complications due to his illness, or perhaps from the medicines that he needed to save his life. Then, when he was 3 years old, he was also hospitalized again with an MRSA infection that he contracted from his preschool. And although it was not nearly as terrifying, we could have lost him from the staph infection as well. So at the ripe old age of 7 years old, and having 2 near-death experiences, I am absolutely unwilling to knowingly subject him to any further potential health risks. My husband and I are prepared to apply for a transfer out of Ocean to the other sites. Given that there is already a large and growing number of Ocean parents that are opting to transfer out, we realize we may not even be provided a transfer. I'm also concerned about overcrowding the other schools because of this. If there is not a safe option for my child, I'm actually starting to look into homeschooling. And I've taught in public school for 19 years, and I don't want to homeschool my child. I really don't. I don't want to leave my position at Ocean View, and I certainly don't want to leave Albany Unified School District because my child's health is being placed at risk. So mine is just one story. My child is no different from any other child in this district, and no one's children should be placed in a learning environment that cannot be guaranteed to be safe, both in the short term and the long term. No one would want this for their own child, so I ask you to please help us work together to get our kids, our Ocean View kids off site.
I'm so sorry, but we've been on this item for 2 hours now, and I don't think that we're going to hear anything different. Ocean View parents are expressing strong concern. If anybody actually has a different concern to bring forward, please step up, because I'm going to take 2 more speakers. We've been on this for 2 hours. We have to bring it back to the board and give some direction and get on to the other business that we must complete. If you have a different concern, please step forward.
So, I have a couple concerns about using AMS and AMX as part of this. I just want to remind everybody, if you look at the wording, the wording of Measure E is specifically to relieve overcrowding at the middle school. It is not intended to be part of the plan for Measure B. their site. I also would like to know if the oversight board or measure is still active, and if they have had an opportunity to weigh in on the potential misuse of the grants and the funds that the citizens of Albany put into.
Our COC is inactive, the Citizen Law Enforcement Committee, and they are aware of our constructions and temporary housing. Yes.
They've approved it?
No, they did not. I mean, they do approve, but they are the advisory committee, so they do not approve things, but they advise the board, like district. That's their role.
I recall that one member of the committee came, I think what Ms. Kim is saying is that their role is not to weigh in on plans. I do recall that one member of the committee came and
This is the Proposition 39.
about, that they approve expenditures once once they have been charged. The member of the committee that came and spoke as an individual at one of the meetings here talking about temporary housing was clearly aware of the various plans and did not have an issue with them.
I just have letters from 18 families that are to be permitted until somebody directed these to.
Okay, these are all asking to keep the kids off the Ocean View construction site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my point is fairly brief. I just want to say, yeah, I'm an AMS parent. I'm not an Ocean View parent, but I am a member of this community. We're all one community, and I don't want to see anyone's health or safety jeopardized. My point is a little bit more procedural tonight. I don't want to see pieces of things taken off the table, but other concerns not, because what that would do is sort of de facto say, oh, well, now the only option is the annex. And there are real concerns about crowding. So if we're looking at these things, we have to look at them together. We have to have the principals or some other group look at them. And if we're going to say no kids at Ocean View, I'm not an expert on mitigation of environmental hazards. I wouldn't argue with that. But I don't think it's appropriate to do that without also then listening to what the AMS leadership and teachers, and frankly, as a parent, if you've ever been on that campus, are saying you can't fit hundreds and hundreds of more small kids on that campus. So if we're taking things off the table out of the gate, you have to take them both off or neither, because I just wouldn't like to see the concerns about AMS ignored just because it becomes, by default, the only possibility. So I guess that's just my procedural point.
Okay. And then, well, two things. One, so my kids go through Cornell, and they're at AMS in the 9th grader. And I wrote separately about the religious group, but two things. One, to the Ocean View community, I really want to say, as an AMS parent, we are not pitted against you. We don't want to be pitted against you. We want this to work for everyone. I have no solution. I totally support you not wanting your kids on a construction site. But I do want to paint a little bit of a picture of what it will be like to have 1,500 kids potentially on the AMS site. It's not just a space issue.
said of that, or, these things pitted against each other, but we cannot overstate the risk of putting all these kids on one campus. And it's not just an overcrowding issue, it is also a health and safety issue.
Thank you. Okay, I want to express to the community how wonderful it has been to be here and hear different points of view expressed very civilly and with great respect to the other communities that are involved, the other school communities. So I think everyone has done a really wonderful job of expressing their own opinion in a respectful way, and thank you very much. We need a motion to extend our meeting. We're at our stopping time now, and we still have 3 very important items to get through. So I need that from the board. I think we're going to need to extend for an hour.
I move we extend the meeting to 11:15.
I second.
Thank you. Okay, so the superintendent and the principals had asked us to give them direction on 3 items. I'll reiterate the 3 items. Will A&S have part of the annex? Will Ocean View students remain on campus during construction? And should they bring forward a new plan based on AM, PM kindergarten, or early bird, late bird? I think it doesn't mean that we have to, accept the plan that they bring forward, but I think we owe it to our staff to try to give them direction on these questions, and then if they come back with, if they come back and they say it was impossible to create that plan, or we come back and that ends up in the agenda packet, and the community sees it, and the community says, we cannot tolerate this plan, then we'll have an additional process beyond that. But at this point, I think we should answer the questions that they pose to us as best we can, and let staff see if they can bring forward a viable plan. Go ahead.
I would also like to get the answer to my question about is if we can do the seismic work without having to trigger all these other things, because I didn't get a sufficient answer. I've been told that there is another route to go, and it alleviates a lot of the tough decisions we have right now as far as early bird, late bird, and where students are going to go, and how they meet. It is something that can be done. We do not need new schools. We need safe schools.
I have a clarifying question. I should this would be for Juan. Juan, in order to get a definitive answer to Board Member Clark's question, would this mean that we contact someone from the Division of State Architect, or who do we talk to get that answer?
So in order to get a definitive answer, we get an opinion from PSA on how they would treat the work. We can submit the plans to them and get it confirmed.
But what is the timeline for submitting plans to them and getting them answered?
I think we could submit the plans in days. The set of plans that was produced in 2015. The plans for Berlin were submitted by PSA. At that time, the response that came back was that it would require additional upgrades. But we couldn't submit the Ocean View plans that were prepared to get their opinion. And I think we get that.
Thank you.
So my question is, do you want an answer for both Marin and Ocean?
Well, if Juan said the answer's already come back from Marin, then I don't know if we need it again. But if we have not received an answer from Ocean View, that's what I'm asking for.
I do want to point out procedurally, in 2 weeks, we are voting whether or not to award a contract to build Ocean View as the plan is going forward. So just both of those things are for us.
Yes, it'll be another fun meeting, yeah. But I think that we will be able to continue negotiations with whatever design build team we choose, so that if a delay is necessary, that we could, documents could be submitted and to the board for contractual changes to accommodate changes as we go along. It's very unfortunate that the process for planning the building has been very simultaneous with the process for planning temporary housing. It would have been much better if they'd been disconnected in time. So we're doing sort of both at once. We don't have answers that people want to have because we don't know yet who's going to be doing the building. But the bright side of that is that we still have an entire year of planning time to continue. And so all these questions about temporary housing, they're urgent because of things like kindergarten enrollment and things like that, but there is still some time to try to come to our best possible answer. Okay, so I still hope to get a motion on any of those 3 items on the board so that we
Can we start with the motion for as far as the Ocean View students being on site during construction?
So but phrase that as a motion. So it would be something like, we want the principals to bring forward a plan that
Would not have any Ocean View students on site during construction.
how about active construction, because it's possible that maybe there might be a period where demolition has happened and before serious construction starts, and so I think it's important to include that, yeah.
Active.
There we go, okay.
I second that.
Thank you. So, I think we should do roll calls. Can you help me with that?
President James?
Second one, vote to give correctional staff.
Oh, you're kind of right, yeah, thank you.
We're not
I'm
voting
new
yes.
at this.
Yeah, we're not voting yes or
Yeah,
no.
I'm
We're just
new at
asking
this.
the staff to come back with some more information. It needs a second.
It needs a second.
Just a second.
Yeah, and so now so do you want to say, all in favor, say aye?
That's the same as a vote. You can do a roll call, or you can ask everybody to do it. Can you step in here, Bob? Am I correct?
Yes, because this is, what you're doing is you're giving, the board's giving direction to staff. You do not need to vote. What I'm hearing right now from this portion of this is for staff to come back with a plan with no Ocean View students on campus during active construction.
Yeah, but I would like to add one thing. It's easy to say, all 5 of us up here said we don't want kids here on site. You have to show us where those kids are going to go. Because if they're just going to come back and say we don't want kids on Ocean View, you have to lay out. Because from what I was saying earlier, if we're not going to have kids on Ocean View, we're essentially saying they're taking over the annex in the high school addition. So just be upfront. No, where are they going to go?
Well, all I'm saying is that I think we should have another, whether it's a actual EMS be off the table.
And that really is
What
okay.
the principals have suggested, which is grades 1 and 2. And that would be like for Ocean. I'm sorry, for EMS.
Well,
so that would not be for
Let's answer these 3 questions in terms of direction to staff. Jacob, I'm embarrassed. And let's see what they can come up with. And maybe they'll tell us it's impossible, but I do agree with Jacob is that it's not just they're not going to be here. The plan has to come forward if they can make one successfully. This shows where they're going to be. Okay? Then I will risk a direction to staff. I want the principals to build that plan with the lower bar of only having to accommodate A and PM kindergarten. Okay. Okay. Yeah, now it's just since it's just direction to staff, okay? And
Right, but you're basically saying early bird apron's gone.
well, it's just to see what they can come up with and bring back to us. We haven't voted on it yet, like I said. So we'll see what they come back with on the 22nd.
But they're coming back with only an AM.
And if parents show up here and if we get, 300 emails, then maybe we'll do another iteration. But I think that we have to give them at least something that's reasonably achievable, and AM, PM kindergarten is 4 less classrooms to find.
I'm a little confused. Maybe I can get some clarification. The instruction that we gave for those students to be on the active construction site was an instruction that is unanimous between all 5 members, correct? So we can give that instruction. But if there is an instruction that we are trying to give that's not unanimous, then what's the process?
They're just trying to push it through. Well,
That's a good question. I think the board would need to determine how you want to do this part of the process, because this is not an issue that you're voting on. It's direction of staff. So the board would need to determine your process would be for what you believe is considered the consensus to go through, or
I mean, look at the comparison. The first one is we don't want kids on Ocean View. Okay, what's this going to look like? So there's 2 different scenarios. The second one is we're just getting rid of early bird. That's not really asking for a direction from staff. It's basically in a roundabout way, asking one option.
Can we ask them for both? An option that is AM, PM, every student off campus here during active construction, with an AM, PM consideration, option 1, and a early bird, late bird consideration, option 2.
That's presenting options, yeah.
See what the staff can do with that.
I mean, we asked them last time to come back with AFP and early bird, an option for each. When we already had a home for Ocean View's grades 3 through 5. So we now don't have a home for Ocean View's grades 3 through 5. We could, in theory, ask them to find a home for 4 grades, 3, 4, 5, and K, without resorting to A and PM. I worry that we already generated a proposal from them that was not supported by a single principal to stick with early bird, late bird. So I think if we want to give them the task again of coming up with a proposal that we know in advance they're not going to recommend and it's going to meet their own criteria, we can do that. But I just want to remind us of what we've already asked them to do once, and they now have the more difficult task of figuring out where at least one of the grades that was not resolved once we took it off the table for the annex. I mean, I think for the sake of process and for the sake of getting out of here before 2 in the morning, it may make sense to simply advise them to come up with 2 proposals that meet having only 2 grades at the annex and not having Ocean View students on the construction site. And there are 2 variations of that proposal. One has early bird, late bird, one has AM, PM, and we vote on it when it comes before us. And if that means post it on the map for early bird, late bird, I don't think we're going to get closer to being able to give them.
Okay, I do, I agree with what you said, Sarah, is that we tasked our principals with, on top of their regular duties, making a plan for early bird, late bird that none of them support. And now we're asking them to provide an even more restricted plan that none of them will support. And so on one hand, I hear the concerns of Board Member Clark and Vice President Doss that it wasn't advertised clearly that we were deciding between, AMPM and early bird group tonight. It's been on the table for, I would say it's been on the table for quite some time. But that direction to staff would definitely make it even more clear. But I don't know what they could possibly show us since there wasn't really space in any of those scenarios. And removing not only Ocean View campus itself, but we're also taking away the space in the park because that space is going to be adjacent to construction. So, yeah. Okay, what about the issue about will AMS have space in the annex in this direction of staff? Is that something that we want to have to include in this?
Yeah.
Do we have anything on that?
I mean, the latest principal's proposal said 2 grades a day, Albany Middle School at least.
So
Page
AMS
33 that was just up here, that's what they're proposing now.
okay, so AMS needs to retain space in the annex.
No, that there'll be 2 grades at the annex. Now that's going to the middle
That
school.
allowed 4 classes.
4 classrooms plus the additional area too. We can put up page 33 again because we've been talking about this quite a bit. If you really look at the proposal tonight, 2/3 of the things that they're asking for so the second one, grades 1 and 2 at the AMS annex, right? Is that currently what the principals who are still here are advocating for?
What the AMS had asked for was to have access to the computer lab, to have access to the drama room, and to have 4 classrooms.
Yeah. But I mean, we're all in agreement, right?
Which leaves 2 grades that could be placed at the annex.
Well, I don't think our direction to staff would be that specific. I think all we were really asked is, will AMS have some access to the annex? And we're leaving it up to the principals to determine the exact amount of that access. I don't want to
But
make...
all the principals should not decide what's happening at the middle school. If we decide that all the principals said they're going to use 2 grades, then that's fine. But the middle school principal and the vice principal should be figuring out what they're doing with the space that's left for them.
But the question is...
Yes. I think you're not disagreeing with her. She's just trying to restate what it is that we're discussing, which is that...
The annex will be a shared space.
Yes.
Do we all agree that...
This doesn't say the annex will be a shared space. This is saying the annex will have grades 1 and 2 there. Which means the rest of it goes to the middle school.
Well, they're going to come up with, we're tasking them with developing a new plan. And so what they said here is not necessarily at all what they're going to bring forward. We're just giving them a direction that we still want the annex to be a shared space between Ocean View and the middle school.
And I want to maybe clarify between what everybody is saying here is that my understanding is that the shared space that is being requested by the middle school is to have, if you put 2 of the elementary grades, whatever those 2 grades are at the annex, that the middle school needs 4 classrooms at the annex, along with having access to those other 2 rooms I mentioned.
Thank you. That's what I was...
That is what I have heard from the middle school principal. She's still here, she'll talk to you later. I got a thumbs up.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to give a direction that's restricted. I think that depending on what they come up with, they may decide to reevaluate that. I don't want to lock in a specific number of a type of number of classrooms.
Well, but the other principals who are not at middle school all trying to work together, but I don't know how they should decide the rest of the space that's left, how the middle school is going to use the rest of the space.
What are you worried about that I'm having a genuine conversation with. I mean, I'm asking genuinely, what are you concerned about? Is it maybe that we can address that by...
Well, in a new plan, they might reevaluate the particular grades. We know our current enrollment at Ocean View.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and so...
So we don't need to specify first and second grade? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying I think that the group that's planning this new temporary housing plan should be able to come up themselves with how exactly they're going to reach. I don't know a lot of that. And I agree that it should be a shared space.
Well, can we just articulate what was already stated by AUS that they wanted, that they requested 4 classrooms at a minimum, and prom?
And the computer room, I know what they requested, but I don't think we should guarantee that. When a new plan is being developed, I think more flexibility needs to be on the table.
How would you grade? You want to leave it as open as it just stays as shared?
That's way too bad.
I think I'm concerned that, I think I'm concerned that that doesn't really assuage the kind of concerns that all the principals brought, which was that we wanted to preserve the amount of space at the annex that this plan offered. And I think we've honored the request to take the Ocean View element off the table. I think that this plan itself and the plan that came before it are really so very close to one grade really to figure out. I think if we can honor the pieces up here that have been continually agreed upon, and they reaffirm that tonight, that particular, we don't have to specify whether it's first or second, a certain amount of sharing of the annex that was agreed upon. I mean, it may all be semantic, because I think whatever guidance we provide, that's probably what they'll end up with, but I want to provide some reassurances that we have just been able to get.
If I may, I think we're going to need some specific direction. Okay? And then I'm going to ask a clarifying question. When we talk about what is shared space at the annex, I think we're going to need some pretty, not necessarily this grade level or this grade level, but in terms of what the middle school will have access to. The other piece is, does this board understand, or does this board want us to provide an option that could possibly mean placing portables somewhere else on AMS? That might be, or is the board saying, we don't want the option of anything?
We're not providing a level of direction there. I think we're leaving that to the principals to negotiate, but we're making sure what we give to them.
Okay, but I
would disagree with that. I think because we have heard from AMS community and also all the emails we receive, that the major concern there is with overcrowding, and they came at one point came with a compromise, and the compromise was to share their annex with 2 grades. That was, and then they discussed specifically what was left over, classroom space, etc. And so I think if we're going to honor the use at the same time, we do that similarly to AMS and let them know that that's off the table, those portables on the laptop.
So and that's the specific direction I think I'm asking, because I don't want to go back to the principals and say, when I say the principal, I mean our district office staff is working, we work as a team. Okay? That I don't want to go back and say, create a plan, and then we come up with something, the board says, no, that was off the table. So I need some real specific guidance on, is placing of any portables on the middle school campus on or off the table. I mean, those are the kinds of specificities I think we're going to need.
Well, but I think it's absolutely on the table. I think when we asked them, we're asking them to find space in Albany for 3 additional grades. That's 12 classrooms. And so I think that almost everything goes back onto the table, except these few things that were restricted.
I think that we've agreed on this, we want to see a plan that has nobody at Ocean View during active construction. But if the principals decide when they get together that the best thing to do would be to have, a few portables on the blacktop, I don't want to make that they need to have room to work out brand new plans.
That is the operative word, right? Rouge. And they have so much to us. Very clear. There is no from teachers expressing it to parents. I don't know how much clearer they can be. And if you want to just give them once again, go back to the drawing table again, like Ross doesn't make any sense.
I think that these were good guidelines. I mean, that AMS will have part of the annex. And they'll get to work out at the negotiation table what part of the annex they have. And I don't want to give any direction about whether they'll end up suggesting portables on the blacktop or not. That's up to them.
That is not what I have heard.
Go ahead.
Just real quick things. I think the point about taking off the health risks of Ocean View and all of that alleviates the concern to that community. We'd really like to hear that same feeling on behalf of AMS. And just saying we're going to get some portion of it just sets us up to be fighting over space again, which we're really trying to avoid. We're trying to move forward in a positive way. We've really thought through, obviously we love the whole annex, right? But we're a community, we're working together, we're trying to compromise. What we've come up with is what we can minimally live with, which is the 4 classrooms, the tech lab, the drama, and 1 office. And then the rest is up for Ocean View use. Portables on the AMS blacktop is completely untenable. And we're saying that we don't have enough space to house our students. We have 160 kids in a PE space to teach them. The blacktop is packed at lunch. Come and check out our lunchtime. To put 4 portables in the middle of our blacktop is not a tenable solution. And so when we're saying we're overcrowded, we need some relief. The idea that, well, we can use the space at the annex, but let's throw some portables on the blacktop is just not possible. So I would really ask the board to please, in terms of alleviating the concerns of our teachers, our parents, our students, our community, to please be specific about the things that we're asking for. I don't care about the grade levels, we can bring that up for debate again if that's needed, but in terms of specifically what space we're getting and putting the portables on our blacktop off the table. Thank you for considering.
I would like to ask the board to also consider, be mindful of the fact that as we look at less and less places to put portables, that we don't create an overcrowding situation in any of our elementary schools. So we should be mindful of that.
It's inevitable. We're going to have overcrowds. And the only issue about it is they're already at the breaking point, so that's why I hope this to be our consideration. But in terms of the others, it's going to be crowded. I mean, there's no denying it.
I would like to, Terry, please go ahead.
As part of the process of figuring out what you're going to ask us to do, I'm going to ask that what I foresee is we're going to be asking for portables to be put on Cornell and Marin, and I don't think Cornell and Marin is aware that they're going to be asked to take 2 to 4 portables at least, because you're talking about 2 grades we have to find a home for. If we can't consider AMP, we're talking about 8 portables. So you either come back to Ocean View, or you're looking at 8 portables being placed somewhere between Cornell and Marin.
How do you get a?
You've got 2 grades at the annex. You've got 2 grades at the high school. That leaves 4 grades left. I mean, 2 grades.
Where does it say we have 2 grades at the high school?
Well, if we're using their new portion, that's 4th and 5th grade would go there.
Where has it been any documentation that you guys are using the
I think
high school?
she's suggesting.
She's
I think
projecting again what you're going to do later on.
Right.
Well,
It's not been-
what I'm doing is I'm listening to a proposal that's asking us once again to come up with viable locations. And what I'm hearing is one direction you're asking for us to come up with is to get students off Ocean View campus. So to do that, I see we have permission to put 2 grades at the annex. I see us having the opportunity, when the high school is finished, to put 2 grades there. I see the need for 2 more grades. So 2 more grades, if we keep early bird, late bird, is going to require 8 portables. So 8 portables have to go somewhere between the middle school, high school, or the 2 elementaries. So I'm trying to understand what the direction is so that the next time we come back, we have a plan that can hopefully take us somewhere. And if it's going to include these other communities, given the way in which these 2 communities are truly wanting what they need, then we better include the other communities to be here, or this show is going to continue, because these communities will show up once they hear that we're putting 2 or 4 portables on their campus, whether it be the high school or the 2 elementaries. So in this direction, I want to ask that we make sure that our entire community recognizes we are looking at portables at all sites and/or not certain ones, because if the middle school truly believes that they're overcrowded and can't take any more, and I respect that, I'm sure that Cornell and Marin families have their opinions about their school sites. So help us before you just give us direction.
One thing that would be really helpful to know, which I know I've asked you with very little notice for clarification of, is are any other potential portable location sites completely off the table, or are any of them available?
Okay.
And you don't have to go list by list.
No,
I'm just
I'm
trying
not
to
going to
see,
do list by list.
is the universe of options Terry described really the only universe, or is there some scenario out there in which there's other land in the city where we could put these?
So if we're going to look at land that is not owned by AUSD, you would be looking at, you'd have to look at land that is owned by the city. So, for example, only, I'm not speaking for the city, I have not had a conversation with the city about this, is that if you look at all of Ocean View Park, part of that is owned by AUSD, part of that is owned by the city. Could we engage in a conversation with the city about potential use of land? We could always ask. Memorial Park is Memorial Park. I have had some conversations with the city manager just about, is it possible to, fence off some area, put a play structure down if we moved elementary kids over to the high school. We could look at currently on the high school and say we have to really measure this carefully. I want to make sure this will work. The fire lane that goes between where the pool is and the tennis courts, there's a fire lane. Not the fire lane, but there's like a little enclave on the inside where the basketball courts are that we think could house 2 portables. I did look into the concept of what are called, I thought was a viable option, which was 2-story portables. I talked to one person, and they don't make 2-story portables, but they make the 2-story permanent modulars. Like the Gen 7s, they could do 2-story, but those are permanent. So you potentially could put 4 classrooms there, but those would be sort of permanent modular structures that I would have to see if they would fit in there. Anything outside of that, we would have to talk to the city about potential, and they would be willing to do a joint agreement with. And that, I don't know what the city process is. I want to talk to the city manager what their process is to engage in that.
Yeah, just real quick, maybe Brian can answer this, but I was told that when they were rebuilding the high school, that they outside of the box. Working with the city, were there portables on the tennis court? Was it all correct?
The tennis court was my chemistry class.
So yes, thank you. I know it's a stretch, but as far as us all trying to come together, you know, I had heard that there were portables there. Thank you for confirming.
I had heard the same thing, and have had some brief, I'll say, brief, non-official conversations with the city manager about possibilities. I think that whatever we would like to consider as options, then I think that we should discuss a process on how to do that, so that when I reach out to the city manager, in this case, or president, or the mayor, we're going to do a joint thing together, is to really look at a process by which we could formally come and ask the mayor and the city manager what their process would be for us to do this conversation.
And we could let them know that we're asking for that because we're in a situation where we've come together and decided that we don't want kids on a construction site, to maybe kind of encourage them to maybe hear us a little bit more than they normally would, because the residents of Albany we're responsible for educating them, but the city's responsible for their well-being overall. So it's not like we're just saying, oh, we would like to just take over the tennis courts. We are asking for maybe you guys to work with us because as a community, we've decided that it's not okay to have kids on a construction site. I'm just saying that to whoever's going to talk to them. I would be happy to help talk to them as well. But it's something I want to say that.
Just a quick question to know about, there's that Fort Montessori school right across the street from Lynn. Yes. For little ones. Is that available, or is that a possibility?
It's a really small space. Thank you for the question, and I do remember checking to see if that space was available, and because I looked at so many particular spaces, including most recently, that might have come open, and I can't remember if that is currently being used. I can check again, but it's not much space. And I would have to really look to see if you put an elementary grade into that space has to be filled that compliant.
That space, from the research that I've done, isn't compliant to actually have actual grades there. But from the information I got from the person I talked to, you could have after school care there, but not actual grades that we can talk.
And those are currently our new neighbors who are in the process of renovating that building and moving it as a daycare. So it's no longer available. Thank you.
I feel like we need to move on.
Should we go over kind of one more time to make sure?
All I have so far is that to create a plan with no Ocean View students on campus during active construction and show where students will go. I think I'm hearing, please clarify, 2 grades, whatever they are, at the annex. Was there anything else that was in agreement about more specificity or not?
I at least didn't say 2 grades at the annex. I said that the annex will be a shared space.
But nobody else said that.
I think we need to agree 2 grades. We need to be really specific, and I think that's what Terry and Deborah both came in and asked for us to be very specific on the amount of space that is being given to each. So I think we need to make sure we're specific about it.
As well as page 33. That was part of their document tonight at 2 grade levels there.
So do the rest of you, there's only one. Do the rest of you want to be more specific, or do you just want to say it's a shared space?
This issue about AMS has gone on for a while now, too. And so I think we better clarify it and say 2 grade levels, and I would go a step further and say, portables on the blacktop. And whether...
I totally agree.
Yes, I'd second that.
I don't think they'll be able to bring back a plan. I don't think there's any configuration possible.
It might show it's not possible then. which is pretty much is impossible. Let's just get straight to the, cut to the chase. To have no kids in Ocean View and have them somehow go to the rest of the sites in the school district is not possible.
I don't think it's responsible for us to give guidance to staff to come back with a plan that's not possible.
Well, then I think we have to give them, more lenient criteria, which is they can look at placing portables at any site, except for Ocean View, because it will be a construction site. And even though the AMS annex will be shared, the exact sharing is negotiable.
I would like to specify that I would prefer to stick with both elements that the principals have proposed both times, which is the AM PM kindergarten and 2 grades at the annex plus 2 grades at the annex, 2 Ocean View grades at the annex. I would prefer not to take anything else off the table, which means we're also not specifying that no portables go at Cornell and Berlin. We're keeping that part open. To me, this place we're at is the principals have brought 2 elements of this plan to us twice. AM PM kindergarten that divided among Cornell and Berlin, and the agreement that they made and brought forward and continue to support about how exactly the annex will be shared. I don't want to undermine either one of those. I expect they'll both come back to us in whatever plan that we ask them to bring back. The piece that we've changed is that we're asking them to drop the idea of putting 3rd through 5th grade at Ocean View. I think providing more guidance than that is stepping into a level of limitation that we're not asked to provide. Whether they go back to their original proposal of putting 4th and 5th grade at the high school annex is up to them to resolve. And what they do with the grade that we haven't found a home for is also up to them to resolve. I do want to say that I think we've tasked the principals with that job. They already have a full-time job. They're doing their very best to operate in a scenario in which I don't think they've been provided adequate information or adequate guidance. And I'm concerned that we're just now at the point of thinking about talking to the city about city-owned properties 6 months before construction starts. It's not a 6 months. Thank you, demolition. So I want to plead in the direction of staff that we take very seriously the urgency of this and the frustration that I feel, and I think many people feel, that we're still talking about what can we do if we were to approach the city about land that we could put portables on. I have to be honest, that's very frustrating and surprising to me. So in the direction of staff, I want to be clear that when we say the principals have these different options at their disposal, that we give them all of the possible options, so that when people email me and say, well, what about this parcel of land? I can be confident that the principals have all those options at their disposal, that we've done all the background to make sure that we've explored whether they're feasible. I realize that we may not have realized we were going to reach this point of crisis earlier, but I just want to convey that I think that's the point we're at now. So I hope that we all have full-time jobs, we're doing this on top of it, that whatever we can do in the next 2 weeks to give them all of those options, to talk with the city manager tomorrow, to begin these conversations is, I think, going to be really important to success.
I'm not going to speak for the city, but I want to caution us that it may very well be that 6 months may not be enough time. It may not be. Maybe, I don't know. But I don't think you're going to get a response in 2 weeks. I mean, to be fair to the new mayor and the city managers, they might say they have to have subcommittees. I mean, I know they have Traffic and Safety Commission, they have different commissions. So I gave that answer in response to a question of have we considered anything outside of AUSD property. I don't know what city property is viable. I truly do not. I think the conversation that Kim and I could have would be a very preliminary conversation to see, just what the city would potentially be thinking.
I think we owe it to our students to have that conversation. So I think that we should have it.
Yeah, it seems to me like, Val, what I hear you saying is that it's too late.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that what Sarah brought up is that the principal should have whatever knowledge about the options of different properties is. We may not have that information for the principals in the next week or two. We don't know. I don't know how the city is going to respond even to the conversation that we could have with them. I'm not saying don't have the conversation. I think it's a good thing to do. What I'm saying is I don't think it is possible that we may not get all the answers enough to give the principals enough information, give staff enough information to come up with a plan. So if the board decides on this direction in terms of how many grades at the annex, no students on the OB campus, however they run either AM, PM, or late bird, that we're probably going to need to work around what we know we have, what AUSD calls. I'm not saying don't have the other conversations, do that count.
I would assume that any process with the city would take at least 3 or 4 months. They have to agendize it and schedule it within their regularly scheduled meetings.
Then maybe that's the answer. I guess what I'm asking for is clarity, because I feel like in each of these meetings, we start talking about, what about this land, what about that land, and I think we're beyond the point of being able to have hypotheticals that are potentially available in 6 months. So if the city, if we at least reach out to them and they say, that's a 6-month process, that's information. I think part of what the principals are asking for is a smaller universe of possibilities. So to the extent that we can clarify any of that, it would be really helpful.
So I'm hearing direction from the board or president myself to reach out to the mayor and the city manager to at least have an initial conversation and surface the topic.
And bring back concrete details about what the process would be.
Yeah.
We can do that. In terms of specificity, and really being realistic with the principals and what they might work on, I would still like to go back to eliminating what Cornwall said they had.
I can't support that. I think they need to have the option of considering all sites that we own.
Even though the issue of safety and health, as has been articulated by the AMS community, has been very verbal and clear about that, just like we considered Ocean View tonight and addressing those specific issues of health. Well, at the same time, AMS and has some of those very same issues about safety. And so this is, and they've articulated this, and so come back next time and do the same thing again.
I guess one of my concerns about taking portables at AMS only off the table is that we haven't proposed putting portables at the other schools. We haven't discussed whether we take it off the table for the elementary schools or the high schools. So I guess what I see happening is that by not making a clarification about where portables can be placed, we're not denying the concerns raised by the middle school, but we're giving all of the schools the opportunity to respond to whatever proposal comes about where the portables are going to go. Because we haven't heard from high school parents about what it would look like if we put portables there. We haven't heard from Cornell parents. So I think, I would love to tell everyone here what they want to hear, but I also think we need to be responsible about allowing them some flexibility and also treating all of the schools equally in terms of where this last grade is going to be.
Yeah, but they're not equally when it comes to overcrowding. mean, it's Cornell and Marin, I understand. We have portables, there's not much room, but it is not the same level of overcrowding where it's a safety issue. So to say, let's leave all the tables or all the schools out there, but then we've already decided that Ocean View is going to have nobody or nobody's going to be here. So we've already decided that one school was going to get something different than everybody else, but for whatever reason now we're not going to do that for the middle school. I mean, it's like at first I heard you say that you were going to honor more or less Ocean View's request, and that's what we're doing with it. Now we can't honor the middle school's request.
I think that they're apples and oranges. And so in my mind, it's natural to treat them differently. My desire is really to give them as much freedom to operate as possible. I think that staff and community simply would not tolerate having any students or staff remain here during construction. So I think that had to come on the table. But then in terms of what land we own, unfortunately the only other parcel of land we own is adjacent to the construction site here. And so we're necessarily just going to have to work with the other two elementary schools, the high school and the middle. That is our universe.
Well, while the parents have not come in from Marin and Cornell yet, the principals, correct, were part of this in terms of placing the portables down in the aerial shots that we saw. So there has at least been some discussion with those principals about it.
But those plans were put forward as plans they didn't support. And the middle school also has a plan that has posted portables on it. I don't think that's a fair representation of consensus.
Well, okay, I'll take that back. But in terms of the safety issues that have come up from AMS, those are real. And we have been hearing from AS staff and parents for how long now? For a couple of months at least. And those are clearly safety issues at that school. And I think we need to look at all the schools, but clearly that's been already so articulated. How many times do we have to go through that to hear that again? And to once again say, but we want all options. Well, the truth is we don't have a lot of options. They're very, very limited. And I just think that this is, once again, with respect to Ocean View, we did make a very clear decision based on health issues. And so pushing that along to AMS is the next logical step and part of the same process that I think we owe that community.
So, real quick, okay, so, I mean, that makes sense. But also having a discussion with the city also makes sense. So, if the instruction can be given that the portables be the last option after everything else is exhausted, meaning talking to the city, talking to the mayor, talking to the city manager, who I think both understand that Albany is what it is because of the schools. I think they'll be open to helping because it all revolves around the schools. Everything, if we don't do everything that we can in order for the students and the parents to be happy with what's it, then they're going to go other places. What happens when they go other places? What happens when the schools aren't performing to the standard that everybody expects? Everything changes, right? The two-bedroom, one-bath house costs as much as it costs in Albany because of the schools. That's the reason. So we need to make sure that we protect that. And I think the city manager and I think that the mayor both understand that. And so I think that having that conversation will bring some more viable options. And then I think that we can take the portables off the table. fill in, I think they have to be there to give the principals enough options to be able to come up with a plan.
Say that I do recognize what you're saying in terms of honoring what the middle school community is saying. I think that's an important issue to pay attention to and to be respectful of. And I work with middle school, so I know their issues, but I trust that what has been presented to the board is true for them, and I think that it's wise to recognize that. I think that part of the reason why you haven't heard from the Marin community and the Good Speak of the Cornell community as well is because the proposal to put portables on our playgrounds has been viewed as not a supported option, at least in my mind. I can't speak for Lincoln, but I looked at Metro pretty good guess. She definitely does not think that she doesn't support that idea, and I am concerned that if we put that on the table to add 2 portables to Marin, Cornell, both, we will be hearing from our communities, and that can further the process. And I appreciate the process, but I understand that this one has gone on for quite some time. So we can shortcut that.
Okay, back to Val. Do you agree that you have adequate guidance?
I'm sorry, no, I apologize, but the only thing that I am clear on, I'm clear on 2 things. I'm clear on a plan without Ocean View students on Ocean View campus and showing where students were going. I'm clear on, I think I'm clear, and I still don't think the board has agreed on this unanimously. Do you want 2 plans, one with AM, PM, and one with early bird, late bird? I am absolutely not clear about anything beyond 2 grades at the annex. So I think I need clarification on the issue with the annex and whether you can put portables on, the possibility of portables on the AMS campus, as well as does this board want 2 plans, one with AM, PM, one with early bird, late bird? I didn't hear anything unanimous on that either.
I think that we have to ask for both the AM, PM, and early labor. Although I cannot, in my wildest imagination, imagine how an early labor scenario is possible, because that requires 4 additional rooms. But I understand that it was important for people to keep that in the mix and not take that out. But I still am advocating for simply stating that the annex is a shared space and not being any more specific to keep more options available to people. Because they're like, Clementina, you said it. You said, we would love for there to be options, but in truth, there are very, very few options left here. We have a small universe. And I think that people are not wanting to tell the boards no. The principals didn't want to tell them, this is not feasible. And so we got a presentation with 3 pretty awful plans, But we asked them for that, and rather than just saying, no, this isn't really going to work, they did what they could,
So we have unanimity for 2 directions. We don't have unanimity on clarifications on portables or AMPM, and I think we have to move on.
So do we have unanimity on an AM, PM, and an early bird labor plan?
No, we just don't have.
So we do not have unanimity on that either.
Which by default means they have to come back with a vote.
Is that what that means? The board agree to that? I'm asking.
I'm getting tired. Can you repeat it?
I'm sorry, but please understand, I really want to be very clear.
No, I appreciate you wanting to be very clear.
Okay, that's I hate to be to say I'm superintendent's pushing my board here, but I will bring back, our staff and I will bring back an AM/PM plan, an early bird late bird plan with no people at Ocean View. I still do not have direction other than 2 grades at the annex. Any other direction about whether portables are or are not an option on the rest of the AMS campus? Is that an option or not?
I think we have to leave that up to the people developing the plan.
We don't have agreement on the portables question. We
Okay.
have agreement on the 2 grades at the annex.
Okay, so then, if there is no agreement, then I am going to give direction to the principals that that's a viable option, is to put portables potentially on the middle school campus.
Well, I think what you're presenting to them is, here are all of the viable options for portables within the city boundaries of Albany. It is one of many, right?
Okay, so all viable options for portables within AUSD properties? Within the city of Albany boundaries?
But they're not going to know that.
That may be, I'm just saying, you're not, I'm just specifying the parameters that are open to them.
Okay.
And then it is staff's responsibility to also help them understand that of portable locations.
Okay, I have one more question. If for some reason staff comes back and says X plan is not viable, would the board like a rationale as to why it is not viable, as opposed to it's just not viable?
I would just like 2 plans, and then allow the board to vote. Don't tell us whether it's viable or not viable, but just 2 plans, and then allow the board to vote, and then that will be it.
Okay, so
It is important to me to know if the principals support. So if we've asked them to present 2 plans and they are not behind them, one of them, I would like to know that. I don't necessarily need reasons why, but I would like to know. To me, it's very different to vote to approve a plan that is opposed by the people we're asking to implement it.
And what if it's not unanimous among the principals?
Then give us numbers.
Then what?
Then give us numbers. 3 support this, 2 are against it.
I have confidence that they will come back to us with a plan.
Okay, so I want to read this carefully, and I would like my principals out there to pay attention so that we all understand clearly, there's no misunderstanding. Direction to staff is, all viable options for portables within the city of Albany boundaries and the locations where those portables will be. 2 grades at the annex. If the principals support any of the plans, if not unanimous, give the numbers. No OV students on campus during active construction, and show where the students will go. 2 plans, an AM/PM kindergarten plan and an early bird, late bird plan. There's also additional, can seismic work be done without ADA compliance being triggered? We're going to submit plans to DSA, get an answer from DSA as soon as possible. Board president, superintendent will engage with the city manager and mayor in a discussion about process and possibilities. Did I get that clearly? I'm asking the
Yes.
board, did I get that clearly?
Yes.
Do my principals understand the direction? Nod. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to our second item,
We're at 11 o'clock.
Board Policy 5117, and we're going to need another motion to extend.
Before we do the motion to extend, I looked ahead, we have a review and action, we have a couple of review and discussions. Is it really necessary that we need to review and discussion items tonight?
So there is, there's one.
2 of them or 3 of them review and discussion.
Right, there's one review and discussion item, and that is the supplemental employee retirement plan. Now, this is a plan that we were bringing the board information about the consideration of could we do, is it potentially viable to do a search, okay? So we do have that information, we have people from Keenan here. However, there's some from Keenan here.
Okay, that's different.
However, I do want the board to know, this is not an action item. This is really us explaining to the board information about the certain information in the packet. We still need to engage with ATA. Many of the components of this are subjects of bargaining. We met with preliminarily to have the discussion with our ATA co-presidents. They have not had a chance to really vet this with staff. So if the board wanted to, I mean, you can say you reviewed the information, we would like to continue to engage in exploration with ATA, and our ATA co-president is here, if you have any questions on that. There is a bit of a timing issue on this, but I don't think that if we table this item, it's not an action item, we could just continue into conversations with ATA and exploring the topic of the viability of a server. So it's up to the board. We could move this to another item.
In the interest of time, I know some of us have to go to work tomorrow. I would like to agree that we've seen this and that the district can continue to explore this, and then we can review it at another meeting. Do I get a second on tabling this item? Okay, we do need to vote to a table on item?
No, I have to make an official, it wasn't an official motion, that was a suggestion. So I make, that was my fault. So I make an official motion that we table review and discussion item number 1, supplemental employee retirement plan.
I think I have a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope. Okay.
Just a procedural question real quick, Bob. If somebody mentions the table something, we just need a second, right? Because we need to vote on that. No, if you're new, I'm trying to help out. I could have been there. I don't think the table's something.
I think if you table it, I don't know the official answer to that. I think you can make a motion in a second, and then I think the board is. I think it would be fine. Like I said, our ATA co-presidents here in this county, that we'll just continue our discussion.
Cool.
Correct me, President James.
Now for if you still want the special education staff, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have a point of clarification for the minutes.
So we have a motion by Jacob Clark to table the supplemental employee retirement plan, and it was seconded by Sarah Hinckley.
Yes, I'm actually referring to the plan for housing for elementary students. It is a review and action item, so there was no motion.
No, it was not. It was a review and oh, I'm sorry. It was a review and action item.
Are we tabling this way?
It sounds like the board did not take any action. They just gave direction to staff. But the board took no action on the plan for temporary student housing.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's review and action that gives us the option to vote.
Correct.
So I think.
That's correct. So no action was taken. The board gave direction to staff. It is up to the board to decide if they would like to postpone the special education update. We can do that as well at the next board meeting. Sorry? You have to come up to the microphone.
I think another item is the appointment to the City of Albany Parks and Recreation Commission. Are the people that this affects, our two nominees, still here? No.
Budget advisory committee?
No, I was just wondering about the appointment to Parks and Rec, because if those people are still here, I was gonna with that, but they're not, so we can deal with that at the end. Yes.
And the special education update, just as a point of information, it would have to be at the first board meeting in February because our special director will not be here at the next board meeting. So if you guys
I wanted to ask that question but we're not done.
Right, so if you want to postpone that, to table that as well, or if you want to continue with this on the agenda.
Well, I could maybe ask it when we talk about the I just wanted to ask where we are in the special education audit discussion.
Okay, so we get to the FigMet audit. I'll have to ask Jack. I know that we did reach out to the organization. I don't know if we've gotten a response yet.
Okay. So does anyone on the board want to make a motion to table the special education update until the first meeting in February? We're not going to be able to do that on January 27th. Or do we want to keep it on the agenda?
I'd like to keep it.
Okay, then we're ready to move forward on Board Policy 5117, interdistrict attendance.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn this over to Karen Earhart, our Director of Student Services, who will decide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we extend?
Stanford.
To do both of this, the Budget Advisory Committee, which we really must do tonight so that we can get those positions posted. And yeah,
About 20 minutes.
I think we're going to need to extend for at least 40 minutes to take care of these items. I'm so sorry.
Okay, then we extend our 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Earhart.
Good evening, President Trutane, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Williams. I will make my portion of this presentation brief. Sorry, I'm short. I included quite a bit of background documentation with this report backup. Essentially, we were asked about the possibility of having mid-year interdistrict transfers. Our board policy does not preclude us from doing that. There's one section of our AR, item number 3. Excuse me, give me just a moment. Item number 3 that we would have to change because it gives a June 1st deadline. But that seemed to be the only part of the language in the AR that would need to be changed, but my interpretation of the board policy, that it's already good to go if we wanted to do that. But Mr. McNally has a plan to talk to you about what interdistrict transfers could look like.
Advance to the first slide. So this information is provided in the report packet, and I'll go through the presentation. It's in here, and there also was additional backup information with more details in it that you were all provided with. My plan is not to go into that in detail, but I'm very happy to answer any questions related to that. What I set out to do here was answer some of those questions that came up in the fall, especially around the budget, around increasing enrollment, mostly as a means of decreasing the deficit. So I went looking at our enrollment procedures district-wide, our course request procedures, and our scheduling procedures at the high school specifically to attempt to answer this question: do we have the ability to add students to the high school in a way that could minimize additional costs and therefore reduce the deficit? And this essentially is what I came up with as a possible answer. I realized the board was also shown some information in the fall that estimated around 100 students. My own estimates would put that lower, probably around 80, more for reasons having to do with the complexities around scheduling. And so what I'd like to do is just kind of walk you through some of the research and information that I did, and then present you with the proposal that I've come up with that I believe is the most educationally sound way to achieve this. Just to mention, Ms. Nierheim did talk about mid-year transfers. I'm not proposing any mid-year transfers, and what is proposed here is in accordance with all current board policies and administrative regulations and current practices, with some slight modifications at the site level and then a little bit at the district level around anticipated enrollment. So the first thing I'll go into is to provide some background around how enrollment and anticipated enrollment works at the high school. It's actually extremely straightforward. and it's pretty much reactive to what enrollment in previous grades is. So you basically try to anticipate how many ninth graders we're going to have and how many eighth graders. It's a very elegant and simple system, except you then end up with what was going on in eighth grade generally informed by the seventh graders, informed by the sixth graders, and you work your way down to whatever was going on in first grade a while ago can often be a big determinant of what the ninth grade class size is at the high school, or other trends that are not related to course availability or enrollment or the teacher contract limits or anything like that at the high school level. One of the things we found then is the grade level enrollment at the high school has varied significantly. At the moment, we have about 320 ninth graders and about 265 11th graders. Those kinds of oscillations in the number of students requires big shifts in our scheduling every single year. And then AHS total enrollment has also fluctuated significantly. 10 years ago, we were at 1,297 students. We're currently at 1,165 students. So there's often been this question about, can the high school have more students? I'll get into this a little later, it's not actually a physical space issue, as much as there are other concerns. We have incorporated far more students into the current physical space of the high school. That was also in the year 2008, when we did not have the Gen 7 portables and other facilities that we currently have. So we actually had, and that was also before the retrofits at the high school that produced more classrooms. So we actually have more classrooms now than we did when we had almost 135 additional students. One other issue too that's a hardship for staff is when your enrollment's going up and down, what you're allocated as far as teachers also goes up and down. And that puts us in a really uncomfortable spot of having waves of hiring or releasing teachers just because of change in enrollment and not because of the quality of the teachers. So I want to go a little bit into the course request process because this informs kind of some of these questions about can we do this in a way that preserves options for our current students. We can often anticipate the number of sections that are needed for different classes pretty easily by just looking at the number of students because of things like all students can have an English and social studies class. Almost all freshmen have a PE class. We generally know the number of exemptions for 10th grade, so we can anticipate the 10th grade for PE enrollment. We generally know what math and science will be. Those are very grade level dependent types of things. And electives are where we generally see the biggest differences happen year to year based on enrollment numbers. One thing I do want to do is there's often a lot of discussion on instructional minutes. The last time the high school saw an increase in the number of students, that was implemented in a way that did actually not allow us to meet our statutory requirements around instructional minutes, and we then had to have penalty minutes. So one of the things I did recently look at is the way to do this that will not produce that effect. Students are required to have a minimum of 5 classes plus advisory. That means their minimum number of instructional minutes. Students can meet their graduation requirements with 2 years of 6 classes and 2 years of 5 classes. There was a question from the board around meeting UC minimum requirements. The number of classes in UC minimum requirements is far less than what's required by AUSD for graduation. AUSD requires 220 units, which is far above and beyond the number of units required by UC. There are some specific differences in that UC requires things like a language. In Albany High, that's just considered generally part of our elective credits. UC does not count PE. We do as a graduation requirement, but generally, any student who meets UC requirements has far exceeded, any student who meets UC requirements has had no problem to meet AUSD minimum graduation requirements. The only times we ever see an issue with that is if we, for example, get an out-of-state student who doesn't come from a place that requires PE, and they arrive and all of a sudden they haven't met the PE requirements for AUSD graduation or something like that. But those are actually pretty rare situations. So around March, we have since budget, the district will allocate our teacher FTE. FTE stands for full-time equivalent. That's essentially one full-time teacher. Council, librarians, and education all separately allocated. The key thing here is general education teachers have a contract limit of 150 student contacts, which translates to an average class size of 30 students. PE is 200, so their class size is around 40. I guess that's a little later. And some other things, VAPA does not have contract limits. One thing we know, there's been a question on this, the vast majority of our FTE at the high school is general education teachers. When I realized that, one of the things I looked at is there essentially, if we optimize class sizes for general education, then we will be producing cost savings. That's what most of our. So we use our FTE allocation, which is kind of just a big pot from the district, to determine the number of sections of each course that we then offer. Changing enrollment can also drive that change in the number of requests. For example, our small junior class has impacted the number of sections of electives that are usually taken by juniors. We had to anticipate those changes and move some things around the schedule. As an example, now we currently have 12 ninth grade English classes, but only 9 11th grade classes. This year we had to basically move classes away from 11th grade to 9th grade in order to accommodate the changing enrollment at each grade level. One where you'll hear a lot around scheduling at the high school is a singleton. This means a course for which we only offer one section during one period, which generally means there's less than about 45 students, 50 students who requested that class. We have an extremely high number of singletons in the high school because we have so many programs. We're averaging 7 singletons each period. The biggest reason students don't get the classes they want is not because we don't have seats available for them, it's because they have a conflict with another class that they also want. That's a really key thing to understand about the scheduling concerns in high school. It's not that we don't have seats, it's that there's such specificity that students often ask for that we can't meet those requests. And it's not because we don't want to or we don't try to, we work incredibly hard to, it's just that when you're scheduling so many things back to back, you never really create course content. So I just want to give you a quick example here, or so I'll go through this really quickly. So if we have an imaginary scenario where we have 100 students. So we have 100 students. So I would look at that and I would say, okay, well, we're probably going to need 4 classes to keep under our contract limit. That's 4 classes, 25 students. It's pretty straightforward, makes a lot of sense. The place where it gets complicated is electives. So you take those same 100 students, 85 of them want ukulele and 15 want thumb wrestling. These are not real electives. These are, I just want to be abundantly clear on this. Then you run into the scheduling problem that's actually one of our biggest issues, which is, what are you going to do? You're going to have 3 of these thumb wrestling classes and 1 ukulele class. The problem is that ukulele class is now pretty undersized, and you might run into contract limit issues with the other classes as well. You'd have to compensate by having the teacher of that other class have smaller sections of other things. So option A is you run unequal class sizes. Option B is that you actually basically tell those students, you know, there's some sad emojis in there too, that they can't get the elective they want, and instead you balance class size. This is actually what we end up doing. And this is actually really a key point because there's available seats. And so the question of can we increase enrollment is really a question of, is there a way to fill those available seats in a smart way? And especially if we're filling those seats in things like those electives that for whatever reason at that time don't have high enrollment, we can actually preserve programs when we know that the enrollment might have dipped for a year or so. So what I'm proposing that we do is we instead set enrollment goals for each grade level, instead of just being reactive to what enrollment was at the previous grade level. We would then use interdistrict transfers to basically fill those extra seats. One key piece that we did, of course, just talks about, AHS currently does have a little bit more physical capacity than AMS does. So there's a little bit of room to increase enrollment from what would be 8th grade enrollment at AMS to 9th grade enrollment at the high school. Doing this would require a little bit of revision of how the enrollment process works, how the FTE plan works, how course requests work with scheduling and things like that. But this is all very doable. There would have to be a little bit of coordination between the site and the post office. This is very achievable with Ms. Near and I in high school. Clarify the enrollment timeline a little bit more. Again, very achievable. And what we would focus on is increasing enrollment at the 9th grade level. So I did mention, of course, that our current 11th grade is pretty small by previous standards. What we're not proposing then is accepting a bunch of new students for 12th grade next year. The reason for this is because of that piece around educational continuity. And 9th grade is a time of transition. If we're going to be bringing in new students, it's much easier to do that when they are 9th graders. We can also then expand things we've already been doing, such as building bridging programs and additional orientations for 9th grade students. These are things that we already have somewhat implemented and we're planning to expand in the future. So we'll be better set up to support these students if we bring them in at 9th grade. We would then schedule our core courses, English, social studies, math, science, based on what we know enrollment will be, as opposed to waiting for course requests to come in. So we could anticipate a significant amount of our scheduling. We would then schedule electives based on the course requests we get, and then empty seats would be made available to interstate transfers. So one of the things that we would communicate to interstate transfers, which we've not done in the past, is this is where we have space in our electives. This is where we can be, where we can put you. Like I said before, we're required to give students the number of seats they request. We're not required to give them the specific seats that they request. That's what it kind of says. What I kind of see as a goal around 310 students per grade level. This number comes from our core courses would be around 28 students per class. Our PE classes would be around 39. And then over time, we'd stabilize at about 1,240 students total at the high school. Like I said, this is about 57 students less than where we were at peak when we had fewer classrooms. It required a little bit more flexibility, some teacher scheduling, but that is very achievable. We can roughly estimate that ADA related, we would get about $10,000 in additional revenue for those students. One thing to note, it wasn't really a slide, but I want to mention, our ADA is not based on the number of classes a student takes. The student takes 7 classes. We receive the same amount of money as the student takes 5 classes. Actually, if a student takes 7 classes and has a lot of unexcused absences, we actually receive less money than a student takes 5 classes and has very good attendance. Because it's not about the number of classes. So the general education FTE, like I said, makes up the majority of our budget. What I'm proposing doing here, kind of the proactive planning, is about optimizing the general education FTE. So we're kind of filling more of those seats. That already is our biggest cost, so it would probably stay there. I am proposing a small increase in the number of teachers. So the increase in number of teachers is to basically fill out the number of core courses. We would leave the number of elective sections the same and fill those seats. Sorry. Okay. So then for the next school year, we would be increasing enrollment mostly at the 9th grade and a little bit at the 11th grade level with inter-district transfers. The 10th grade is already quite large, so we would not be adding students there. The goal is to eventually stabilize at one number. 12th grade is really not advised. The biggest issue there is our meeting graduation requirements. AUSD does have some slightly different graduation requirements than some other districts, and we don't want to create a situation where a student comes in all of a sudden not able to meet our graduation requirements, which can. And that would actually only be about 30 additional transfers for next year. These numbers are based on current 8th grade and 10th grade numbers, and then next year's 12th grade would be the same as current 11th grade. For 2020, 2021, we've added a little bit more 9th graders. So that's what now is 7th grade, will be our freshmen in 2020, 2021, is a little bit smaller class. We would add a few more students to kind of compensate those numbers. And then in 2021, 2022, we would add about 18 more at the freshman level. So we're also freshman level. So this is just kind of the increase over time in the enrollment of the high school. From our current, I think we're actually at 1165, but the numbers always change a little bit. We would then increase a little bit next year, and most significant the year after that, which has more to do with that small group kind of making its way through, and then increase being compensated at the ninth grade level. So this then is, and this is basically enrollment at each number of students per grade level. So you can see here that one of the advantages to this is that starts stabilizing that. And that makes our planning process around scheduling much easier because we won't be reacting to numbers. We'll be basically proactively planning for what we will have in the future. And it also helps with English teachers not having to move back and forth between subject matters. It allows teachers to be more continuity in their scheduling. So I'll be real quick with these. It's a little bit hard to see in the projector, but notice there are some happier little emojis in there now. So those are our internship transfers to get us to 30 students, these core courses. And so we are now offering ukulele because we have internship transfers to take that course. So that's how we work with electives. So let's say we're filling empty seats. So just a quick timeline. Around this time, we would use goal enrollment, not current enrollment. We would do our course selection process the way we currently do it. We would use our masters to do our master scheduling, a little bit more proactive than student enrollment. And then we'll also communicate with the district office to take internship transfers from the wait list at those strategic places where we can accommodate. And one of the key pieces will be informing them of what electives will be available. So that'll be an ongoing communication between PO and the site. And after that concludes kind of my presentation.
Well, thank you very much. This was so interesting to read, and I learned a lot about how courses are scheduled at the high school. Very much appreciated. Questions or comments from the board? I saw Sarah's hand.
I have a couple of questions. One is on this issue of having the transfers, offering them less choice in the electives. So I guess one is an operational question of whether that continues throughout their presence at the high school as a transfer. And I guess one of the concerns I see is we've talked about using transfers as a way of increasing diversity in the high school, and I'm a little concerned about what happens if then we end up with a group of diverse students from out of the district with the feeling that they've been pushed into electives that are less popular.
So that would be at least once this is kind of implemented, it would be mostly at the ninth grade level.
Okay.
Because once those students would be in, they would be current enrollees. So that could happen. So later on, they would be essentially the same level of priority as a current enrolled student. So only with ninth grade students. And at that point, they would have us all.
And just one other small question, which is not small, is you do mention in here that you haven't accounted for the costs of if people are bringing IEPs or special education needs. I guess one thing I would like to see is just a conversation about how that would be accommodated and whether we have the space and other space and staffing and so forth to accommodate potentially increased demand for those services.
And I want to thank Mr. McGowan for all the work that he put into this, and going back to the original charge that the board gave, which was mid-year inter-district transfers. With this particular model, we don't need that. We would be taking students in more toward ninth grade, and then where we had space available, being mindful that 12th grade might be difficult to make sure that they could meet all graduation requirements. So the board policy, which my interpretation is that it's fine as is for any scenario, but it was the AR in particular, just that one third goal, that third, number 3, sorry, I'm a little tired. Number 3 seemed to be the only one that had language in it that would prevent us from being able to do that. But with this plan, we could leave it as is.
Member Drew? Member Durant?
One of the issues, or the reason why the enrollment came up was to try to use it as a way to assist our current budget, and this doesn't really help in the sense that, based on what I see, it's 30 students for next year and not the 80 to 100 that was the bigger number, but you're saying realistically 80 students can be, is what you said, that you could actually, the high school could have up to 80 students, but in this plan, you're only looking at adding 30 students, is that correct?
30 students for that, for next academic year. The bigger increase will be the following academic year. And the reason the increase is not next year is because don't want to add to 12th grade. 12th grade is currently our enrollment grade level. The following year is when we basically stabilize at that 12, 15, because that's a little bit bigger. So this would not have the full increase in enrollment would not take place until the following school year, 2021.
And you've already had experience with incoming 12th graders inter-district that are not going to be able to graduate because they don't have the same amount of units or courses that the university requires.
We have not recently entered some transfers who are 12th graders. What we have had is students move to the districts, new residents. And there have been some issues there with students coming in and not being on track to our graduation requirements when they were on track in previous school.
And the other issue was basically the one that's asked about. Once students come in, the first round, their electives, they would basically be told which electives they would take because they would help to fill in empty spaces. But after that, they have the same option as the other students. Does that not, once again, go to creating these potentially lopsided elective courses?
Potentially in the 9th grade level.
No, once they're in the system. Like for the second semester.
So there would be a new student at the beginning of the 9th grade. This is the same effect that you would see for a student who moved to Albany, let's say in the summer before their 9th grade year. So in some ways, this is already taking place, which is when students enter the district after the course request process has already gotten started, this already happens, where they are told, look, we've only got this much space left in these electives. So in some ways, this is not a new process. This is what we're already doing with students who entered the district after the course requests have already been completed. Once they're here and once they're in 9th grade, once they do the course request process for 10th grade, they will be considered a current student and they will not be prioritized in any way differently from resident students.
So second semester is a continuation where they don't have.
Yes, we don't have separate electives for the second semester, so all scheduling is year long.
If I could, I would just like to recognize also and thank Kristen Nichols, who is our new enrollment coordinator, who has been working tirelessly for the last 6 months to really clean up and have accurate numbers and accurate data from the school sites. And she will be very instrumental in working with the high school to make this plan and transition for our prospective new Albany High School students as easy as possible. So, thank you, Kristen.
Thank you for all your work.
I had a couple questions regarding this whole document. This is a board policy already, is that correct? That's
Yes.
established, and so we're not looking at it to review the policy at this time, because I had questions about it, like, for example, especially in this moment when we are looking for additional students, things like lowering the ability for AUSD, AUSD, that they have to be at 40% FTE in order to enroll their child, and the employee cities at 20 hours, and business owners at 12
what you're doing is actually proposing an agenda item that we bring 5117 back to the board for a fuller discussion of those. So if you can get a second on that, then we can work on agendizing that later in the spring.
And give a little input on that aspect, in that if it's an employee's child and they are less than 40%, then they could still they could still come in on priority 5. So they still would have an option to apply for an inter-district transfer.
Well, there were several issues or questions that I had.
Okay, so we'll take that up at the end for new agenda items. I think this is just absolutely brilliant. I think that you saw an opportunity within the way that the system works to increase our enrollment, that helps with the budget, to increase our diversity, and with the fact that this is pretty much what happens when a 9th grader moves the summer before high school. It's an existing system that we can expand to do so many good things at the high school, to stabilize our gen ed offerings, to offer a wide diversity of electives. And I think that being upfront to our potential inter-district transfers, saying, we would love for you to come. This is, honestly, this is what we have available. It's up to you. That I think is very transparent. So I want to ask Carrie, what action do you need from the board to continue with this process?
Nothing, really. Because in order to go forward with this, we don't need to change anything.
Then I just hope to hear more about it as we move forward and get the word out that Albany is again accepting transfer students.
That's a question of staff direction, as we talked before about how would we get that word out? What action would the board have to take?
I'm not sure they need us for that. I mean, if you know kids that are entering high school, then let them know. But I'm not sure that we need to take specific action as a board to help that process along.
The board doesn't need to take action. What we would do is Carrie's department would work with the high school on the various levels of ways that we could get the message out to incoming freshmen or to folks for inter-district transfers. So let the high school and the department work together on it.
With all the surrounding school districts.
I think we'd have to have a conversation about how we would get information out. I mean, Carrie has a student services counterpart in every district. So there's conversations there. So I would like to let staff work together on what is the best way to get that information out, and what goes out on our website, what could go out in various ways of communication.
And just a quick question, does it go, is it dependent on counties, meaning it would only go to school districts in Alameda County as opposed to Contra Costa?
No, we could do both. There's a different contract for Alameda County as far as how often people have to renew their inter-district transfer. Alameda County has an agreement with all of the schools in Alameda County that is great spans. Any other district, it's every year. But we take students from both counties currently. I meet once a month with my job alikes. And since this is a newer process for us, we haven't done this in a while, and we definitely want to confer and consult with them to see how they've gone about it.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to thank both of you for the report and for you for helping out with all this stuff. And I think I just see Rich and you here, but I want to thank ATA and CSCA and everybody for really pushing this over and over again, that we have space. And I want to thank you guys for bringing it to us, and the hard work pays off. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Now we're moving on to our item 3 under review and action, which is the Budget Advisory Committee.
Thank you, President Trujillo, trustees. The purpose of this item is for the board to determine and, of course, approve the number of additional members of the Budget Advisory Committee, stakeholder groups to be represented. The board wanted to revise its purpose and charge of the committee. Of course, the date when the board would like to receive the committee's next report. And then, of course, if the Budget Advisory Committee is going to be a standing open it up to the board. I do have some suggestions on the stakeholder groups and number if the board is interested in terms of expansion based upon some of the feedback that I received.
Could you just remind us what the composition is?
Yes, currently the composition is we have 2 official parents. We had 3 parents on the committee shared because sometimes one parent may not have been able to come. We had 1 ATA rep, 1 CSEA rep, 1 SEIU rep, 1 site administrator, and that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I actually would like to make a suggestion, a couple of suggestions. Some of the comments that I heard was needing more representation from various levels of our stakeholder groups. So what I would like to propose is that we increase the number of parents on the committee so that we would have 2 Albany High School parents, and that would be mainly because we have maybe lower and upper grades, or maybe a little bit larger population. Because currently, right now, I do believe we have 3 parents who represent the other levels. So I'd like to see 2 Albany High School parents, 3 elementary parents, so that 1 could be representative of each school. And 3 elementary teachers, again, 1 from each site. Have an AMS teacher, an Albany High School teacher. We would also need to have an Albany Middle School parent. And I guess some of the current members may have some of these positions, but just in terms of stakeholder groups represented. A member from SEIU, a member from CSEA, and I believe our CSE member has said that she would like to continue on the committee. I'd actually like to see 2 site administrators, 1 representing elementary and 1 representing secondary, so that Darren McNally is representing all grade levels. And then I would like to make a proposal that we add 1 Albany High School student. I think the student voice is important. Now that student may fluctuate from year to year if this is a standing committee, but I think we've got really wonderful Albany High School students who really want to learn more about the budget and who are very knowledgeable. And I think having a student on there would give a student voice.
I think that's great. I know that's in the best interest to keep it smaller, but if you're recommending a high school student, I'll just throw out there, I would also recommend a middle school student as well.
I think that would be fine, as long as the middle school student could, in terms of the time, I think that would be fine. And what the total end up would be, if we added 1 AMS student, then you have about 16 people on the committee. And of course, you know, Jackie and myself will be, but we're part of the actual voting members of the committee. Anything bigger than about 15 or 16 gets a little bit complicated, but I'm open to any of your suggestions.
Val, when I add up your numbers, I think that you're at 18. But while you're adding up, Member Duran?
I kind of wanted to see if we could have a couple of additional parents. Maybe they would come from stakeholder groups that aren't necessarily have had a voice traditionally, which would be asking for a representative, if not directly from the group, a recommendation from the Black Advisory Group, Parent Advisory Group, and also from the Familia Latino de Albany.
Okay, so put that on the table as well. I wanted to open it up to the current members of the Budget Advisory Committee.
and give you guys a chance to say how many members and what groups you think would be the best configuration.
Yes, I agree, you know, we'd probably be good to increase the representation. The list is sounding a little long. To me, it seems like it would be hard to make progress. Certain kinds of conversations are hard to have, and when you're, like, we have those that we're up towards 20 people. One of the things that tends to happen is you tend to get, you're reaching out for more and more people. People agree, their attendance is spotty. You're going over and over again the same basic material because the same people aren't there and you're not making progress. So just this is really a logistical point, not a point about who belongs or who doesn't belong, but just the larger it gets, the more unwieldy and the less progress. That's my sense. So I think it could be a little larger than it was. It was quite small, especially since we had one member who didn't come at all. So it was actually one fewer person, you know, one fewer that was on the list that was actually in attendance. So it could have been bigger, but I think 18 is large. I also don't totally understand why you would need for this committee. For others I do, but the representation of each elementary school on this kind of budget committee, because often the issues aren't really so much trade-offs between the elementary schools, the kinds of things we were discussing. The one exception might be if it was related to special ed, because maybe that affects OSU or Cornell or in for certain programs or something like that. But for the most part, it's just you know, elementary, the levels. So that might be one place where you could shrink it a little bit from what you were proposing, but still increase from what we had. I do think a student should have been there, but again, I worry with the middle school student, you have to find somebody that can come reliably, because you really don't want to bog down in like explaining the same thing every week that you're going to cover, or having people's comments be based mainly on lack of information. Anyway, that's just my input, but I do think adding a few members would be helpful. Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment about why I'm recommending 3 elementary teachers.
And Karen is too, right? So there would be 6 elementary people.
So let me address the teacher issue first. The reason I recommended 3 and we could do 2 is it's not just about making sure that each school is represented, but the board could say to have one teacher representing primary grades versus one teacher representing upper grades. You may want to think about having one of those teachers be a special education teacher. Okay, that's a possibility. In terms of the parents, having an AMS parent and also having Albany High School parents, you're really talking about 2 different levels of education for kids. If you want to cut back on the parents, I think that'd be fine. I think if you want to add someone from the Latino parent engagement group and someone from the Black parent engagement group, now you're actually getting a bit higher. And then I would say the group that you also don't want to leave out would be members of your Jewish parent engagement group. So that would be an additional one. So I would say that maybe,
Well, I think we don't have to,
I think we're both
parents, in a way, I mean, you would say a parent from a high school would be representing one of these groups. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to adding the additional number, just be sure that the perspective is added.
Can we try to achieve that by reaching out to those groups and asking them to please see if they can apply, if they can find someone who will apply?
But if you want to keep the numbers low, then we really should look at which levels specifically, right? One from the high school and one
When
from
people apply for the slots, have they excuse me, give the different affiliations that they have. I have a special education student, I have a Latino parent, et cetera. And I don't know who selects who's on the committee, but that would be criteria we take into account to build the representation.
So the applications do come back to the board, and if there's too many for a particular slot, then the board votes on the candidates themselves. Ben, would you like to speak?
Sure. To speak first to the numbers, I was just jotting down numbers while listening to Al and Jessica, and I would definitely concur with Jessica that it was quite a lot. And I think we had 3 people apply, parents, on first round, and I don't know if teachers applied or but basically, I think you're not going to have, it's not actually that fun, you guys are and I don't think you're going to be pushing people away. So I would propose something along the lines of like maybe 4 parents, 2 upper lower, 2 administrator upper lower, 2 administrator, 1 lower, 2 teachers, 1 upper lower, 1 special ed, and a student. But it would still give you a good spread. And I think that the way Jessica was saying about people who can reliably show up, I think that should be a number 1 priority. It's just having a large group of people that's different than what we need is useless. So anyway, that's what I would suggest. A few other things that are on a different topic that I'll just throw out there. I'd like to see the board be explicit about what's looking for from the committee, particularly with respect to, I think in the last round, we talked about line item cuts, classroom cuts, and compensation. And I think really looking at those 3 areas and actually having some recommendations on the last area as well is important, as well as records. I think that, legal counsel. I think that the board can be advised by legal counsel, and I think it would be useful when the committee is seated to just have like a session, I don't know if we open or close, but a session with legal counsel where it's just back and forth about what can we talk about, what should we talk about. I know that Val gave us some feedback on it, but actually being to discuss it as a group, I think would be useful. Because, for 2 reasons. 1, because there's always that question of marketing when we talk about marketing. And there's also the question of just like personnel. We talk about positions, but we're really talking about people. And half the people in the room know what we're talking about, the other half don't know about jobs. So I think knowing right up front what the guidelines are for that would be very useful. And then on the compensation piece, I do think that should be part of what our charge is, particularly with and like fact. In the first go around, there was a lot of discussion about can we talk about compensation at all. And then when we did talk about it, it was often like, well, yes, we know about these health benefits, but they kind of compare to other, compare because it's all different. And there's a lot of fact finding that would be useful for anyone that is doing that. So I think on the early end, really doing some fact finding about how compensation policy compares to other communities. Not because I want to cut anybody's compensation, but I want to be meaningful and know the full extent possible what the options are that is recommended. I think that's
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the board should talk about that, make sure it's very clear what their charge is, because I'm speaking for one board member, but when we first came together with this budget compensation for any of the bargaining units. That's supposed to be done with the bargaining units in the district office, and I appreciate you guys wanting to dig into that. And if this board deems that that is a charge of you guys, then so be it. But me, myself, you know, being a teacher myself and on the bargaining team, I don't think that stuff is supposed to be discussed in open public meetings. It's supposed to be between the respective bargaining unit and the district office. So I don't know if anybody else wants to weigh in on that, but that's my personal opinion.
Before we do that, let's go back to the mic, and Morgan, you want to speak?
I want to reiterate that when you asked us if we were going to continue, then I mentioned as long as we have a caveat that we can figure out ways to generate income. I see this as a business, and business has to make money. We can't just be relying on taxes, and we can no longer do business as usual. So I really want that when you're coming to us with what you want from us, I really want that to be a very detailed piece as to what you'd like us to do. When you talk about including these other members, this, you know, can we have subcommittees? Because several people came up with ideas and said, I have an idea for a way that we can generate income, besides renting out rooms at night for an adult program or something. And I think that we could actually use these other voices in a subcommittee way, but not as voters, because it's too difficult. It was hard with the size group we had. And then they're like, I don't know if we can do that. If the person misses 3 meetings in a row, is that cause for expulsion? I mean, there has to be a way to eliminate a situation that isn't working. So those are my concerns. Everything else is pretty already spoken of, and those are the areas that I have some information.
Okay, thank you. Jess, did you want to speak again?
I just wanted to second a lot of what Ben had, or, you know, organized and stuff. I agree with a lot of that. I think having the charge be clear would be helpful. As far as the compensation piece, like knowing up front, if that's not something, I don't think anyone was looking to bargain, but if we can't even talk about it, then it's helpful to know, because we're talking about a very, very small amount of what possibilities are, you know, and we know that we just have that narrow charge, and rather than looking at the budget as a whole.
President Tremaine, I think that one of the things we might need to explore, when I do not know the answer to this, and that because this is a board-appointed committee, having subcommittees that were not board-appointed might be a concern. So you may want to think about if you want to have subcommittees that are not part of the Budget Advisory Committee, then that's something I think we could do, but it could not be part of the actual Budget Advisory Committee. One of the benefits of having a little bit larger Budget Advisory Committee is you do have the opportunity to form subcommittees within that. And I did think about this, maybe, not that I want to add another member, but I sort of want to add another member. The fact that we have one CSEA representative for a fairly large group, in terms of you have paraprofessionals, but you also have clerical staff. And would it be wise to have a second CSE member representing the clerical staff that Ms. Passion may not be able to speak to? SEIU is a much smaller group, and we did, although we offered the representation, the person chose not to come. I think that you should still have that position open, but maybe adding one more CSE position, with that, do you feel that would be a benefit?
Me.
I'm asking the group. Yes, anybody?
I'm not sure which list we're going from the list that I gave. And I kind of overlooked that. So, and I think that having that, whether it's one or two, I mean, I think keeping the total committee within the range of 10 or 12 is very helpful. I think AUSD.
That I strongly agree with. Like the range of 10 or 12, and
Okay, so getting back to the composition of the committee, let's go over this, but it may not be right yet, okay? I have 2 high school parents, 2 middle school parents, 2 elementary parents. 1 elementary teacher, 1 middle school teacher, 1 high school teacher. 1 SEIU rep, 2 SCEA reps, 2 administrators, and 1 high school student. I believe that adds up to 15. So do we, so please speak up about ways this is over.
I was going to, in my suggestions, I said 2 parents upper and lower, meaning it could be either high school or middle school.
So is that for a total of 4 parents?
Total of 4 parents. And again, because I don't know that we want to over-engineer the committee, we want to get the people who are interested.
Like 2 elementary, 2 secondary?
Yeah, so kind of 6 and above, 5 and below.
I actually like that number better because then you have a much more balanced teacher to parent ratio.
And on the teachers, I would say, again, 2 upper, 2 middle. So ideally, 1 middle, 1 high, but 2 upper, 2 lower. That way you can have, at least 2 teachers from elementary schools. You're not going to go for it. I like the idea that, I don't know what else acronyms are for you, but I think 4 parents, a student, 2 administrators, 4 teachers, special ed, and then whatever that other union would get you.
So I have 14, so let me just make sure I got this. I have just a total of 4 teachers, a total of 4 parents, 2 CSEA, 1 SEIU.
Oh, I thought we were doing 1 from each unit.
Oh, 1 CSEA, okay, 1 CSEA, pardon me. 1 SEIU, 2 administrators, 1 student. 4, 8, 9, 10, 13.
And 1 special.
I'm sorry. If you want, you could ask that one of those 4 teachers be representing special education.
Absolutely. Or the CSEA or the SEIU.
CSEA, it's classified staff, and Ms. Paskey is a paraprofessional in special department.
And the SEIU.
SEIUs, there are custodians, there are maintenance and operations. So we could say of your 4 teachers that of the 4, 1 should represent special education.
And realistically, you think, I think having the different administrators is a good idea. You feel like that was something you have, it's a really small group of people you're recruiting from there. That won't be difficult.
I don't think so. One of the concerns I heard from Darren was that he knows the high school and having, to be able to represent elementary would be good to have an elementary person. I think he was sort of representing everybody.
Yeah.
I think he mentioned
You're
that.
talking about site administrators.
Site administrators.
Yeah. That's a lot to ask.
But evidently, I think there's been an interest.
There is interest.
So, an elementary administrator and then a secondary administrator.
And if there's no interest, then they would not.
Yeah, and then I think maybe having a caveat that, just clarifying that if the positions are unfilled, that then it needs formed with a smaller number rather than just like, we had, 6 elementary parents and no one from these other categories, so we'll just fill it up with elementary parents. I think at a certain point that makes a long-sided committee, so you just have it be smaller if you don't get applications for some of those slots. Like if you don't fund.
We give it as like a open opportunity, and they can
Yes.
petition the board to become part of it because there is an opening, but not necessarily filling it with anyone who doesn't meet the criteria that you have specified.
But anybody that applies for the position, we have to post this Natty Act. That is a requirement. And I do have a process question for the board. We have current members on the Budget Advisory Committee. And given these criteria, some of the current members may already fill this criteria. Does the board I'm not advocating for this, I'm asking clarifying questions. Does the board want the existing committee members to reapply or to fill in the spaces that are already available so that when we post for the MATIAC, we know exactly how many positions are open that we have to post? And I don't know if every member of the current Budget Advisory Committee wants to continue.
I think it would be worth having them apply again. Not because I anticipate that we wouldn't put them on it, but just because I think it's a transparent way of saying, here are all of the slots that are open. We also don't know, I mean, some of the parents, you could potentially fill some of this one or the other of the slots.
Yeah, a lot of parents fill more than one.
Right, so I think it makes sense to open up all of them, have them apply again. Rather than try to tell the public, sorry, this spot is taken, or even decide which spot is taken by Jessica, for example.
Personally, I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah.
I would recommend that everybody simply send the email again that had your original application. You know, nothing has really changed.
And then one student who, I guess, advertise that, I don't know way to do that, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The student.
For the one student, do you have a way to?
We would work with the high school principal to get that information out. And I would let the principal know that it's posted per the MATIAC, that if anybody's interested, what the timeline is, and anybody interested would need to apply.
Okay, so do we want to go back over the final list?
One further thing I wanted to suggest, this wouldn't be an issue if the current people are repeating, but if you're looking at people representing constituencies of parents or that type of thing, I would just say going forward, looking to have at least one of the parents have some kind of experience with like funding organizations is helpful, just for the point of view of like having an eye to what role PTAs, you know, like people that, a lot of parents do this kind of work and having, like, considering that when choosing, like, whether it's PTA or something else, that including some people that have done work on those things is helpful, not necessary. I think in this session. It's really
So depending upon the charge and of the committee, you would then have the criteria that the board would need to select.
Okay, so I've got two parents from either the middle school or the high school, any mix of that. Two elementary parents, two elementary teachers, two secondary teachers, any mix of the high school and the middle school. Hopefully we'll get one of each. One SEIU rep, one CSEA rep, two administrators, one primary and one secondary, and a high school student. Okay. And the thing is, we do need to take action on this because we can't, you know, the MATIAC has these, has an application period, and in order to get these people board approved, we have to post right away and have applications and get this rolling.
So, do you need a motion for that composition? Or do you want to discuss the other things first?
Yeah, I think we should discuss the other things first because I'm not sure tonight we're going to be able to go through the, it sounds like the BAC wants specific language about their mission. And, I certainly, my personal opinion is I certainly want to consider revenue. But then as for guidance on several different matters, I don't know if we want to try to set the composition and act on that and then try to revisit.
I guess I have a concern about delaying a decision about the composition position is that it sets us back another 2 weeks in terms of getting the positions noticed.
Right, yeah, I don't think we can delay
Yeah.
voting on the
Okay.
composition, but whether we can make decisions given the fact that it's 12:15 right now.
I can, this might help. We can post the position per the Maddie Act. The difficulty is the purpose of the committee was clearly stated and has finite parameters. So if the board tonight could, even if it's just a generic 2 or 3 sentence, the purpose of the committee is to. I don't think you have to be so specific. Okay, right, you would need,
something like keeping the purpose the same, but having something like as provided or something. Board and
I'm really having a hard time hearing. Can you speak to the mic, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying, what if you did something like just post the same language with a caveat like as revised, and then 2 weeks from now, the board comes up with something new. You know what I mean? Just give yourself an out.
It would be helpful to see though.
Yeah, we're gonna pull it up.
Even if you couldn't do all of it, you could take out the part that explicitly prohibits us from considering revenue, because it's worded to say cuts somehow. It's reductions. It's like, that's the mission that we were given, not balance the budget or anything like that. It was reductions.
Right, and I think that you just take out, the other section I'd ask about, when you want the committee to come back for the next report. I don't think the board has to make that decision for us to post on the, per the Maddie Act. It's really looking at what is the purpose of the committee.
Okay, so can, after reductions, can we add or revenue increases?
What if you're going to say, is it going to be a standing committee? You might want to decide that. And also, is it just something like a strategy for obtaining and maintaining a balanced budget, something like that? That's
Yes.
more broad.
That was good.
So do you want
Looking to identify potential expenditure reductions
and revenue sources?
or revenue.
I preferred Ben's.
I was suggesting getting rid of expenditure revenue altogether and just saying like our charges to obtain and maintain a balanced budget.
Develops
A strategy for a
Balanced
budget.
maintaining a balanced budget, especially if you want this to be a standing committee, if it's reviewing things maybe like Berkeley has, I guess. Achieving.
Okay, how about something simple as to create strategies to obtain and maintain a balanced district budget?
Or achieve and maintain a
Achieve and maintain.
Achieve, okay, yes, I thank you, to achieve and maintain a balanced district budget. So that could be a very simple charge of the committee, okay? So now you need is,
And we have to indicate that this is a standing committee, and we talked about the term, whether we can, that question is somewhere in this document.
Just talking about it.
Yeah, do you think it's reasonable to ask members to stay for 2 years, to have a 2-year term?
I do. I think one of the things that's frustrating is when you have to spend a lot of your short time together bringing people up to speed. So the shorter you make it, the more time is spent saying, oh, this is what our budget looks like, and this is what this column is, and this is how we got in this mess. And so then you're on your 3rd meeting before you're actually in the material. So I think a little bit longer term would be helpful with that. Yeah. And making that clear when you advertise it, it's a little bit longer, and then attendance is really important. Because I don't want people to think it's one of these that it's fine to reason to have. Yeah. Well, I don't know that it would be that often. I don't know.
that's going to take commitment. That can't be done. It's a month, really. I mean,
So if this is a standing committee, if the board agrees to 2-year terms, I put consistent attendance as necessary, right? Does the board want term limits? No more than so many terms, okay? I'm asking.
I don't think we need to worry about that.
Okay. And then the frequency of meetings, I think we could easily put in the notice that says, you know, for the first year, there probably will be monthly meetings.
I think for the first few months, it's fair to say there will be far more frequent than monthly meetings.
So we could say meetings at least monthly, how's that?
What if we said no less than quarterly? And then...
No less than quarterly or
I
no
mean,
more
you
than?
could advertise it as, you know, you're likely to have more meetings, but as a board action, you at least want your committee to meet quarterly.
I think you want to be upfront with people about what they're getting into, particularly now.
But I'm making a distinction between what the board approves and what we advertise. We could advertise. Yeah, the next year, we're just probably going to be able to meetings, to be honest. But as a standing committee,
He's saying that.
you might want to have a floor for a while first. It's kind of...
I see what you're saying.
So they get at least monthly? Because if you say at least quarterly, then you can't do anything unless they're quarterly. So at least monthly?
Or to say that. You could say that.
I mean, the board could change it.
This could be changed, and I think for this, the key is in the advertisement to let people know that, you know, whatever you guys are imagining is necessary, you know, let's let people know what they're getting into, they volunteer.
One of the benefits of having monthly meetings is it allowed when the Budget Advisory Committee needed a lot of information. It gave staff enough time to get the information because we have to post these meetings per the Brown Act, which is a 72-hour notice. And so you really don't have as much time as people think in terms of preparing information. So I think it'd be fair to say that, you know, the Budget Advisory Committee will be meeting monthly. You can change that later if need be. That's okay with the board.
I guess I'm a little, so they met 6 times in a period of basically 6 weeks in the fall. And I think we need that level of frequency between now and mid-February when we would need to be making decisions. So I just don't want to get us in a situation where we have a lot of people apply and then say, I had no idea I was going to be expected to participate in this level.
I think in the advertisement, you would say, you know, meetings could be as frequent as weekly. Meetings might be scheduled, you know, extra meetings might be scheduled on an ad hoc basis, something like that. Because that did happen, and I did feel, one of my strongest feelings was that it wasn't enough time for what we had to do. And if we're adding a bunch of new people, we have to do that part where we explain the thing again. And I think you have to be realistic about how long that takes. People do need their questions answered, and if they're coming to it brand new, you can't imagine that like in a half an hour they're up to speed. They're not. And so it takes longer. I'm just being realistic. This is going to be over half the group is going to be unfamiliar with the issues.
I agree. I also think that, I think if you say weekly meetings, potentially might scare some people off. If you say monthly meetings, I think that might be more palatable.
Okay, I mean, partly I'm clarifying it for us too, to set the expectation that I'm not expecting this committee to not meet, to only meet once a month between now and April.
Could you just add something like potentially more is needed or additional meetings is needed?
I think, yeah, I think it would be honest and responsible to say in the spring budget planning season, there will be additional meetings because I think that's what's going to have to happen. I don't think that we scheduled a special meeting on, I believe, the 29th so that we can approve the applications. I think it also was mentioned that
it might be worthwhile to sort of go ahead and reconvene and set up some dates, because to try to do some logistical work, because new members will not be official until February. And I think that I would expect the greatest amount of input from this committee because of those issues that Jessica just mentioned, getting everybody, all the new people acquainted with the budget, getting further work done. I wouldn't expect that much progress and advice to the board before the second interim. There might be some, but I would expect that the main work of the committee would be between the second interim and our final budget for next year. Because that's the kind of timeline that it's really going to take to get people up to speed and to make thoughtful recommendations. Other board members may have different expectations.
Just in the interest of, coming towards a decision, something that comes to, I'm looking for a floor, something that you just decide. Something like no less than 6 times a year. That could be bi-monthly, that could be 6 times in budget season, it's not going to happen in the summer, so something like that. And I think I actually wrote up a chart for this thing. So I could just dust something off, send it to Val, and in a future meeting, the committee will appoint a chair. Just whatever kinds of little details like that, just kind of
Yeah, I think some of those things that once the committee gets together, we can work on those. I don't think we have to put in terms of tonight's meeting, but I
so
think.
maybe just say, we'll meet 6 times, no less than 6 times a year.
So what I potentially had was, meetings will be held monthly with potentially additional meetings in the spring of 2019, because we are talking about that sort of second interim to the end. So then the committee can make that decision. The board doesn't have, we don't have to have that specifically to post, but I just think people need to know that the meetings will probably happen this monthly.
Well, except not in the summer.
Okay,
If I can add something, so we are adding a number of members, meaning that we will explore more areas for revenue potential, which is a great idea. So then when we would have like motivation that when we explore the areas of revenues, then might get more time. So I don't think we can be very careful monthly. So I actually agree with that I so then they can actually decide, okay, let's come back in a month. Okay, let's come back. Someone does this area, and let's come back in 6 weeks. And also for me to prepare all the items on how to series, it's gonna be because I'm behind a lot of items because of the budget committee before. So that might be another thing that I actually concerned.
Okay, so given that, so you said, I'm just trying to work this out, there will be
I was suggesting no less than 6 times a year.
less than 6 meetings.
Are you and they can
And then in your advertisement, you just kind of flag for people that at least in this spring, they can expect significantly more. Otherwise, you'll get people that only had time for, they're thinking, oh, year's half done, I could meet 2 or 3 times, when that's not realistic. So but what you put in the board thing doesn't put the other stuff in your advertisement, right? Like,
Well, what we post in the NADIAC has to be pretty specific. Just in terms of that this is a standing committee, the term of office is 2 years, but the charge of the committee is these are the positions that are available, right? Consistent attendance is necessary. Anticipate no less than 6 meetings annually.
probably
With
or in the near future, can you just add that, or should they?
Sure. So I can put in parentheses with, I once again, additional meetings,
With additional meetings as needed.
There you
So just
go.
lets them know how much they're calling.
additional meetings
Yes.
as needed.
Yeah, just some kind of flag, so people are like, what?
I can put that in there. If you'd like me to read it out real quick, so you know what you're voting on? Okay. The Budget Advisory Committee will have 13 members. It's actually good to have an odd number. 4 teachers, 2 at the elementary, 2 at the secondary, and 1 that's representing special education. 4 parents, 2 elementary, 2 secondary. 1 CSEA, 1 SEIU, 2 administrators, 1 elementary, 1 secondary, 1 high school student, and AHS or McGregorson. The charge of the committee to create strategies to achieve and maintain a balanced district budget. This is a standing committee with term of office for 2 years. Consistent attendance is necessary. There will be no less than 6 meetings annually, potentially additional meetings as needed. And that will be our NADIAC posting. We would like to, if the board approves this tonight, we actually would like to post this as soon as possible. We hopefully will be able to post it within 48 hours. Then everyone will know when the end of the posting is. We will make sure that we let the high school know when the posting is and to put this out to the members. And then we'll need to let all the current Budget Advisory Committee members know that they will need to reapply for the positions.
I move that we accept this as read.
Second.
Okay, ask for a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, darn. That all,
Every board meeting we come to, we're the first time on the agenda. Especially if it's a heated discussion that's going to take.
thank you very much for staying up into the wee hours to get this done. I really appreciate it. And that brings us to our appointment to the City of Albany Parks and Recreation Commission.
Thank you. This is for the board to approve the Board of Education appointment to the City of Albany Parks and Recreation Commission. The board had both the statements to applicants.
Can I get a motion that we approve these 2 applicants?
That we approve these 2 applicants.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed? That moves that forward. And that brings us to the special education staff report, our last item.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn this over to Diane Ray, our Director of Special Education. Very patient to do our special education updates. Diane.
I was asked to do a projection, specifically I was asked to put in writing where the special day class that is allocated at Ocean will be. So it is in, it was put into the proposal for some board backup. You want to go there tonight. And so with the projections, if you look at the orange box, that is our special day classes, and as of right now, and things change moment to moment, it's moving in and out. But as of right now, we have a definite 3 students. They don't leave the district, and we're anticipating 4 more from what we know from the regional center for its at Cornell, all but 1 student will be moving on to the middle school. So right now, Cornell's class will have 1 student. Ocean View has 4 students that are in the special day class. Those students will move to Cornell to join the 1 student. So we'll be combining the class. Middle school is slated to have 11 students. The Cornell AMS is our teacher who does inclusion. She works with a more moderate, severe population who are fully included, and she has a few kids at Cornell, and the rest are at the middle school, and she holds a caseload of 11 anticipated for next year. Our high school SBC, at the time of this report, which was December 17th, where the numbers were generated, was projected to have 11 students. And our adult transition class, which is located in a portable behind the middle school, near the track, that will have 8 students.
I'm sorry, Director Marie. I think that the board wanted to keep this because I expect that they had specific questions about the report. Because, you know, of course, we can see what you have here. So, I don't know, given the interest of time, I just want to know if you were comfortable moving to board questions?
Yes, one thing I do want to talk about resource, which would answer the question that I believe Sarah asked when they were talking about the inter-district students and how could special ed accommodate that. If you look at the resource, we have the potential for 84 students in elementary because we have 3 full-time teachers that could have a caseload of 28. We're projecting 42 students, which means we could potentially take in 42 more students. At the middle school, we're projecting 58, so we could take in another 26. High school, 92. Where we could have 112, which means we could have growth of 20. I personally don't recommend that, but we would be at maximum caseload. Certainly we would not want to start there because we have kids who are qualifying throughout the year. Since this report was written, we have had 2 students removed from our high school SBC and 1 student moved into the elementary. Number of down. But there is room for growth everywhere. So questions?
Yes, sorry. I guess what part of this is a process question about this item on the agenda. I know that the fact of having a regular special education report on the agenda came out of a lot of concerns from teachers and parents. And so I'm trying to figure out, is this the time to ask about more of the status of those concerns? I guess I was a little surprised that this report, that on this agenda item, we're just talking about the numbers of students in different grades. I'd like to know, maybe this is a board agenda question, when we can hear more about how have we dealt with the concerns that people raised about consistency in para sub availability and the shortage of para staff and other, and then broader questions about the department that I think the board has also raised. So I'm just trying to figure out what the sort of purpose of this agenda item is, and I'm looking at ways because I'm not really sure who to ask this question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Because this is a monthly update, usually Diane will pick a particular area unless the board has a specific question. We could, one, I think it's because it's a staff report, I think you can ask questions. If there are questions that Diane can't answer that are more HR questions, then we would have to get back to the board. But I think because this is a staff report, if you although it is a bit late, if you had some questions that you want to ask, and then we could, if the board would like us at the next special ed update to bring back specific updates, then we would definitely note that and bring it to the next staff update.
Okay, so maybe that's what I'm asking. That's what I should do is say, at the next meeting, I would like to see this presentation of these other things that I want to know about. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, and I do appreciate seeing the projections and how the special day class will move to Cornell and particularly the resource at the high school, because that is where we're anticipating accepting the third district students, and that actually is where I think you have the least capacity for growth.
That is correct.
And other board members had expressed concern about that. That's one support that we may need to increase. Okay. Other issues on special education that we either want to agendize for future meetings or about this specific report?
I don't have questions about the report. I do just have questions about things I would like to agenda.
Okay. Well, then I think we can thank you. And public comment on this item.
Thank you for being here. Briefly, actually, it's
tomorrow.
So let's leave that slide up there, and I have some other things. And this is really just more about hopefully providing some information to the new board members, because it has been a long road to get to this place where we have a monthly report. And I appreciate the support of the prior board and this board as well, and parents to come out, and teachers to advocate for this. So numbers are great, but when you're living it every day in the classroom, I think that's what I'd like to really impart on you board members, is to make sure that, I don't expect you to know my job because you don't walk in my shoes, just like I don't know your job. You can tell me all about it, but if I'm actually doing it for a year, 2, 3, and I've been doing this for 13 years now, as a resource teacher, we know the nuances and the ins and outs. So one of the things I'd like to look at here, and I can speak more eloquently to the middle school because that's where I live and work, but I do talk to my colleagues at the high school, some at the elementary, but more high school because we're so located. And I'm currently the 8th grade teacher. I do have a caseload of 25, and 22 of those are 8th graders, and the other 3 are 7th grade. And so I look at 9th grade, and it says next year's 9th graders will be 27. And I have currently, I'm the 8th grade teacher, 22. So I would encourage you to look at that and say, where are the other 5? What's going on with that? Are we anticipating? Are they coming from, NPS schools, or what does that mean? Where is that 5 coming from? And one of my red flags that concerns me that we talked about in many meetings is having leveled special education classes that in this district I don't feel we have. Other teachers have gotten up and and some of my colleagues who have chosen to come and speak. They said we don't have similar classes like other counties, West County, or Oakland, NSH classes for that, what we will term as a gray area, where some students aren't resourced, which is mild moderate, and some aren't special day class. They're kind of in this in-between area. Technically, to me, they're special day class. They might be high-functioning special day class, where they might have social-emotional components that are challenging them to be within the curriculum. And so I would be concerned that maybe those 5 are maybe SEC students at the current middle school that are going to be pushed into the resource program. And what does that mean for the resource teachers at the high school? And I've heard from my colleagues at the high school that over the last couple of years, more and more, we're seeing more special day class students being pushed into the resources classes, which are more mainstream. They are not designed as special day classes, which are more self-contained, more needs, more pair support, and so forth. Much more challenges. That's who these students are, and we care about them and want to support them. But again, I think the parent concerns have been, and teachers' concerns, is that we're not, as a district, prepared to provide the level of service that we're seeing with this population that's coming into to our district. It isn't a blip, it's a trend, it's happening. And our old CFO let us know, quite frankly, that, yes, our population has pretty much stayed the same. However, the needs of the students have gone up exponentially. Because we're getting a lot of students, we have a lot of needs. So it's costing the district more money, but it's also putting us in a position where we need to be able to support those students adequately. So my hope here by having this discussion now at this early morning time is that as you go forward, you are looking at there's a story behind each of these numbers and to ask those things. Because if the teacher isn't here and the district provides those numbers, I would feel like there needs to be a teacher here who's really living a lot different than just the numbers. Another example would be Cornell/AMS. I'm living that right now. That teacher is split between Cornell and AMS. I am teaching 2 students on that person's caseload. Okay? I'm a resource teacher. Those students are under her caseload. Ms. Marie considers them moderate. I will say that they have some challenges that are significant. And so they take a lot of resources. However, that teacher doesn't come to Albany Middle School until 10:30 in the morning. I teach the first class at 8 o'clock, which is very shortly, math class. And so when there's a challenge with those students, the case manager or the teacher is not there technically, they're in Cornell. So I would say that's a challenge. Do we take care of it? Of course. We're a community, we care about our students, but it does put a strain on other students being able to interact with their teachers when those teachers are engaged dealing with these students that don't have their case manager or their teacher, if you will, on site. And I would question the same thing about when she's actually at AMS, who's taking care of the students at Cornell. And again, as teachers, we try to take care of everybody, yes. But these are the kind of the workload issues that impact our students. As teachers, we are going to do our best, humanly best to give as much as we can give, but really, are we really servicing that student? And not just the student, but if we're so involved with that student's needs, how are we impacting other students in the classroom? Because if we're so focused on them, then other students may not be getting the benefit of our attention. Okay? So, like I said, there's numbers, but there's a story behind those numbers. So that would be hopefully something that you could dive into, and I appreciate St. Louis' comment about wanting to kind of understand more of the process maybe, instead of just the numbers and some of the concerns we have. To that point, I'd like to hand out, this is something I handed out last year. One of these is the monthly matrix report, which I provided some ideas. These are my ideas. I shared with my colleagues. Some of my colleagues are willing to discuss these things. Others are willing to email you, which I welcome. That's fine. Communicate any way you can. These are not, like, I don't speak for my entire special ed colleagues. I'm here. I need to work with them and have discussions. And the other piece of paper here is ideas that we submitted about creative ideas of being able to provide more support for our students, whether they're staffing ideas, paraprofessional concerns, staffing paraprofessionals, the pay situation for paraprofessionals compared to other districts, things like that. So I'd like to hand those out just as an educational piece to you to hopefully get you caught up. Because I know you don't have time to go back and review a year and a half of school board meetings with me standing up here talking. So hopefully this is short, but I'm happy to meet with any of you anytime. You can reach out to the colleagues. I definitely recommend elementary school, middle school, high school, get a nice transition, right? Because each school has their unique challenges. Elementary has their challenges, middle school has theirs, high school has theirs too. And we're so busy, we very seldom get to really sit down and chit chat. We're so busy, so we try to find the time sometimes on the weekend. Take our own time, say, hey, let's get together. We're too busy during the week without a piece. So we exchange information. So I'm going to hand this to you. Well, these are ideas that we sent forward. Some of these have been addressed and by our school board, some of our school board members that are still here can attest to what we have been working towards, right? And superintendent, you already have that. I'll give it to you again. There you go. You don't have that. And then these were the monthly metrics that might be considered for this monthly report. But again, this is just to scratch the surface, and we welcome, any ideas as far as what we're hearing from parents, to help shape what those monthly reports should look like and what those concerns are, right? So I just want to get you up to speed because this has been a long road, and I appreciate you all being here.
Rich, can you make sure that Diane Marie gets a copy of that, please?
Sure.
If you have an extra copy.
Yeah, well.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, and
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to meet with any of you anytime. Plenty of dialogue. 13 years doing this. I've seen it from many different perspectives. Okay, so I thank our paraprofessionals here. We're a team, and having consistency benefits our students, meaning the same para in the classroom with the general ed teacher or with the resource teacher or special ed class or resource. But having that consistent team benefits our students' education. Having a revolving door where the para is moved constantly to fit the needs of other students doesn't help the student, it doesn't help the teacher, and it doesn't help the paraprofessional that keep coming in. It doesn't have consistency because they need to understand the curriculum. Math, history, science. They're not teaching, they are helping. But that teacher works as a team with them to benefit that student. So, thank you.
If I could just say one comment, I want to thank you for spending all these hours with us so that you could come and speak to us. And I think that this is really important because it provides the beginning of a basis for an understanding that obviously means a whole lot more on our part to reach out and find out what's going on in the schools and your perspective and all the time you've given every month, if not twice a month, to presenting to the board these issues. So I really appreciate your being here and helping us make this out.
We're a team. Thank you so much for what you do.
I want to address some of our issues that are right now for all of us, and I think we need a chance to do that. But I would like to come back and talk to you about what we as paraprofessionals are up against. We've lost a lot of staff this year because of our salary disparity, taking problems. But read, get on top,
thank you. Okay. I think that that's part of a special education thing. So I think what we need to do is to move on to item 5, agenda items suggested by the board.
So I had 3 items. Yeah, so one was to bring back the supplemental early retirement program. I'm not sure exactly when that would be. I have to talk to Jackie about timelines. The other is to bring back, I don't know, is it both the board policy and the administrative regulation 5117? Do you want to bring both back? Or just administrative regulation?
I'm not sure what was the difference between?
The board policy is a short overarching statement. It's the administrative regulation that has all the detail. We can bring them both back. We can bring it both back. And then the third was, which you wanted to add into the special ed report for February.
So, it's 1 in the morning. So the next time it would be on the agenda would be February.
The first, probably the first meeting in February.
Okay, so can I have until the next board meeting to think about the report, or what's the format you're saying? However you will digest it,
It's up to the board.
Okay.
And actually, I believe that it's your week for agenda committee this Friday. And so you're able to bring that to agenda committee. And anybody else has particular items, please email them to Val, and so we'll have a complete list to work with.
Just a quick point, which is, as people have noted as well, which is the items that bring community members out to our meetings, are we able to put those in a time order that makes sense so that they can be heard and they can leave, as opposed to staying forever long at the meetings?
Well, that's exactly what we tried to do this time, is because most people were going to be here regarding temporary housing. You know, I guess we could have, it was unclear about what, how much public would come out for the interdistrict transfer and for the budget committee. But both of those have, you know, low items. And then the item that would have only really 2 people of interest, the Parks and Rec, that was agendized last. So,
Yeah,
that's the intent. Yeah.
And keep that in mind, always.
Yeah, I feel like I need to thank all you board members for staying here until the next day. I'm sorry, this is the second incredibly long meeting we've had. I'm not showing any skill at getting people to speak briefly or to not repeat. But I do feel that for issues that are, you know, hitting this close to the bone, that it's better to allow the community to have the input rather than to try to cut them off. So thank you, and I will do my best to try to agendize items so that this doesn't happen again.
So that what doesn't happen again.
The very lengthy meeting, so that we'll only have one item that we think is going to, you know, go really long instead of having a fully packed agenda that ends up pushing us over after midnight. So, and with that, can we adjourn?